Good morning, and welcome to the February 5th, 2024 meeting of the Floyd County Board of Supervisors. First item on our agenda is to approve today's agenda.
Also move.
I'll second.
All right, there's been a motion by Supervisor Kiefer, seconded by Jorgensen to approve the agenda as presented. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried. Second item is public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to make a comment who's listening on the phone? This is on any item that's not on the agenda today. Hearing none, we'll move to item 3, which is review and action regarding approval of the January 29th, 2024 minutes.
Two sets of minutes to approve or not?
Yeah, the joint
we do.
meeting in Rockford after your regular meeting is a separate set, both January 29th, but one's with the zoning commission.
Combine the motion.
You could be one motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from January 29th, both meetings, our regular board meeting as well as the joint meeting with the planning and zoning.
Question, Chair.
Yes.
Are the minutes
Supervisor
on
Kiefer.
the minutes on the website yet? I looked last night, I didn't see them on the website.
Should be on the website. Are you mean the minutes or are you mean the YouTube?
What's that?
Are you meaning the minutes or the YouTube?
Minutes.
Yeah, I put them out there.
Maybe I missed them. Right?
Didn't get them out there yet. I'll get them out there right now.
All right.
They were timely sent to the newspaper that's required.
Second motion.
All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Jorgensen and seconded by Kiefer to approve the minutes of the Board of Supervisors meeting on the 29th and also a meeting with the Board of Supervisors and the zoning commission. Further discussion? Any comment from anyone listening on the phone? Those in favor of the motion to approve both sets of minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried. Item 5, updates on boards, commissions, and activities since the last meeting.
I attended the joint meeting, as did all three of us. Other than that, I joint meeting with the planning and zoning if possible. Other than that, I don't believe I had any outside meetings.
I attended the joint planning and zoning and also the 9/11 service board and meeting and the 9/11 advisory committee meeting.
And
Communications.
communications, yeah. Attended the meeting in Marble Rock with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Had a meeting with 2 officials at Nyakog on Friday. I spoke with the executive director about providing services for planning and zoning. On March 29th, we no longer have a planning and zoning director. And so we talked about the possibility of Nyakog providing services at an as-needed basis on a per hourly agreement. And we'll be actually looking at a contractual agreement at some point in time. So I did talk that with our director. They were doing that sort of thing with the Sarasota County. So we'll see some more information about that at a future meeting. And I also talked with John Robbins about the ordinance and how we're progressing on the revamp. Those are the 2 meetings I had.
No.
Just get over that one.
Yes, that was my
we did,
mistake.
I guess.
Yes, we'll go back to that. My mistake. Item 4, review and action regarding the approval of the claims.
I'll make a motion to approve the claims.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Kiefer, seconded by Jorgensen to approve the claims as presented. Is there further discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All right. Item 6, update on law enforcement center courthouse project, including the progress report.
We haven't had, or I haven't had, any communication recently with the water companies that have considered putting a softener in the system, in the LEC. I don't know if they're losing interest or what, but we got one estimate from Mort's out of, Eastern Iowa, and it was $55,000. And Gloria brought up a good point. She said we could buy a new dishwasher every once in a while for $55,000. The other company that showed some interest was out of Manchester, Ms. Hauser's, and he asked for more information, and I supplied that to him, and I haven't heard back anything yet, so.
His quote was without labor.
Without installation and labor, yes. So we told him we needed that, and, haven't heard back from him either.
How much was his quote without labor?
It was around $9,000, I think. And 9 or 10,000 without labor. I'll look that up and let you know, Jim, but I think that's what it was.
Close enough. If you're reasonably close, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. And that's the only thing I have, I guess. It's kind of frustrating, and so can't twist our arms.
The only other thing I can think of is, Samuel's group person was supposed to come last week. I followed up with Jason on Friday to see if we missed them. But he said, no, they're coming. Sounds like Wednesday this week. To look at those, the ceiling in your office, the auditor's closet, the judge's chamber, and the ceiling in the engineer's office. Other than that, I think our plaster is gonna be all taken care of, because I think John and Cody are gonna, well, before they start anything, the Samuel's group person is going to check that 4th floor ceiling stairwell. And John's got an idea of repairing that.
He does.
Yeah.
Put up on a drop ceiling in there? Or?
No, what he would do is he would do sheet rock, but he'd put 2x4s in.
First strips or whatever.
Yep. And so I told him, before you start it, let's just have the Samuel's guy take a look at it and see if they think you're gonna be able to adhere to something through the plaster.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else.
All right then. We'll move on to item 7. In your packet are the resignations of the chair of the Floyd County EMS Advisory Council, Patrick Lumley, and I want to read that. This was sent, I received this on a Sunday, January 28th. Floyd County Board of Supervisors, in light of recent development and due to professional differences of the composition and future direction of the Floyd County EMS Advisory Council, I'm writing to inform you of my resignation from the Floyd County EMS Advisory Council effective immediately. Regards, Patrick Lumley. The next day, on Monday, January 29th, the board received an email. Board of Supervisors, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to be part of the county efforts to improve and sustain EMS for communities in Floyd County, but unfortunately, due to recent unforeseen council and ethical conflicts, I'm writing to inform you I must respectively resign my position on the Floyd County EMS Tax Levy Advisory Council effective immediately. Regards, Don Stout. And so our responsibility is appointing the members to the council. And so currently, we don't have a chair. We don't have a representative from AMR. And so just a little review of how we got here is how I thought we'd proceed. The board appointed 5 members to the council, and they met for the first time on August 24th this past year. And those 5 members that were appointed by the Board of Supervisors were Patrick Lumley, Donette Willis, Jeff Sterling, he represents Green, Don Stout, AMR, and absent at that first meeting, but also appointed was David Lutt. So at that time, we had 5 voting members, and Supervisor Jorgensen represented the supervisors as a non-voting member. At that meeting, Patrick Lumley was nominated to be the council co-chair, and Donette Williams is Willis, is the council co-chair, and Don Stout was the council secretary. And they started meeting and working on eventually a recommendation to the board. They also met on October 24th. All 5 voting members were present at that meeting. Supervisor Kiefer was an alternate for Supervisor Jorgensen. They met on November 21st and discussed the council perhaps adding some members from other parts of the county that weren't represented, and perhaps a medical director. And then as recently as January 11th, and I'm reading from the unapproved minutes of the meeting, but the minutes are very good. They're pretty thorough. And so at that time, there was the 5 voting members were there, as well as Supervisor Jorgensen. At that time, there was a decision made. Discussion about council membership. Pat discussed adding members with the several county level staff, and it was determined the best approach to adding new non-voting members would be to leave the current process in place and allow the Board of Supervisors to review applicants before adding additional voting and non-voting members. Then on January 22nd at our board meeting, we added 3 members to the council. Marty Parcher, Kendall Note, and Brandy Molitor. At that time, we looked at all 3 of the applicants. They had their application there. We looked at their references. We discussed that. And Parcher and Note were approved unanimously. And Brandy Molitor was approved on a vote of 2-1, with Supervisor Jorgensen opposing. During that discussion, there was never a reason given or any indication to the members of the board why Brandy Molitor wasn't fit or why she was opposed. It was just a vote, there was nothing said, and so perhaps we'll learn more about that. So then we got these resignations. So at this time, the council is scheduled to meet. Currently now they have Let's start again. Have Jim Jorgensen, our supervisor, as a non-voting member. We have Dawnette Willis. We have
Dave Lewitt, Jeff
Yes.
Sterling,
yes,
Marty Parcher,
three,
Kendall Knoll, Brandy Molitor.
six. So we
Dave
have
Luke.
six.
Luke.
We have six members of the council and one non-voting member. Tim, you're our representative on this council. In fact, you spoke in Rockford, our last meeting, about the possibility that you might be resigning from it. So what's going on with this council?
Okay.
We need some communication here. We need to open up the lines of communication, understand what's going on here. So
Okay.
this is a vital part of our service. We've all agreed to get on this at this point. So what's going on here?
It's very vital. So to go back a little bit, mentioned that I didn't bring anything to the table. Well, I feel I did, and I think we can go back to the Zoom meeting and look at that or whatever. But and I wrote down some times. At 24.32, we opened the discussion for bringing new members on. At 29 minutes and 12 seconds, motion for Knowlton Parcher. And that one passed, I believe, at that time. And then we move into 30 minutes and 24 seconds. And somewhere in that time, it was brought up to bring Brandy on board. My suggestion was offered at that time. I don't feel it was, heard. I suggested that we allow the consideration from the current board as to who they would like to have on there, even though it is the board of directors, or the supervisors rather, duty and obligation to appoint them. I strongly felt that we should take into consideration the opinions of those on the board, and that wasn't acknowledged. Dennis Kiefer motioned, you seconded. So without, it's we brought a person on board that was not desired by the current board. Reasons being disruptive, interruptive, speaking out of turn. It's things like that. And I had wondered if this was going to work after the motion passed, and all I can do is wait and see how it played out. I've been in contact with Dawnette Willis. She is the current co-chair, and she has stated that without Pat Lumley, she's not sure that she'll have to speak for herself officially, but unofficially, I think you got the email as well. I forwarded it to you. Unofficially, she's not sure that she's going to continue her position. We'll let her make that official announcement herself, but that's what she told me in an email. So, yeah, we're losing ground right now. I know Pat had things on a timeline calendar. We're going to do this and this and this at a certain time, and that's all stopped. There's 2 weeks that we've lost. It was a great team. They all had experience in the medical field, ambulance one way or another, or they had experience with the previous push for the levy, and they learned from what they did wrong and they learned from what they did right. And as Dawnette stated in an email, this is an uphill battle the way it is. She wants to know where the supervisor is, what we're going to do.
So just one comment, the minutes of the January 11th meeting do reflect that the council discussed adding members with several county level staff, and it was determined that the best approach to adding new non-voting members would be to leave the current process in place and allow the board of supervisors to review applicants. And what you're saying is you didn't comment on Brandy's application because you think it's best to have the current board make a recommendation to us. I believe that's what you just said. So it's unfortunate that the board didn't hear from our representative.
They all heard it. They all heard it.
Well, we all heard what you said, but regardless of that, this is what the committee recommended, which is different than what you're suggesting. But it's much more important that somehow we start communications and try to reestablish this board. When I see people resign because with their resignation, it does seem like the board has taken a big step back, and I where do you suggest we go forward from here? You're our representative on that board, and so what are you suggesting we do to revive this needed service, this essential service?
Well, I was hoping that the two of you would have some answers for that, since I was the lone vote dissenting away, but you guys both voted in favor of what led us to where we are. I've talked with Pat Lumley quite a bit. I don't think he's coming back. Not based off the conversations I've got. The same for Dawn Stout. I have only conversed with Dawnette Willis through email, which you have should have in front of you there. I don't feel that based off that email, as I said before, she'll make her own decision, but I question if she's going to go forward. So that leaves us with Marty Parcher, the ones we named. I don't think we need to go through and name them again. It was Dawnette's opinion that Dave Lewitt and Jeff Sterling were not interested in taking on the leadership role of the chair. So we would have to find a chair. We need to find some more members. We need a secretary. I don't have an answer. I guess I did visit with some members of the Charles City Council and mayor and so forth. One idea that was brought up was we rescind the appointments of all three and start over and make a solid attempt to bring Patrick Lumley and Dawn Stout back on board, and then go forward with appointments from that point. That's the only fix I got right now, and that's not a guaranteed fix.
I voted in good faith for all three of those people, and I don't know why I would vote to remove Barty Parcher or Mr. Knoll from the committee that we are doing. Then we only have three people left. How would that move us forward?
I don't know if you understood me. The hope was if we go back, rescind our vote of our three appointments. The hope was that we would get Patrick Lumley back on board, because we haven't approved his resignation yet, as well as Dawn Stout. I mean, I'm not arguing with you, but I don't know any other answers right now.
Okay, well, when they send us a letter, it's official. They've resigned effective immediately.
Okay,
We just note it. We don't accept it or approve it or currently, so to rescind the motion that's 2 meetings ago is also presents a bit of an issue. And that's say to the people that want to serve on the committee, I just don't see that. There must be a better way around it than getting at that. I too have had numerous discussions. I talked at length with Patrick Lumley. I talked with Donette Willis. I exchanged some emails with Don Stout, owner a long time. And I'm just thinking there's got to be some way that with 8 or 9 members on a committee that your committee can all get along and look for the common good, and which is approving a emergency medical service levy to provide ambulance service and EMS funds for all of our EMS providers throughout the county. I think that's a bigger issue than what sounds to me like a personality or perhaps even an ego, who's in control type of situation. I think we have to put all that behind us and work together, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And I don't see us rescinding a motion and having fewer members on the board does that. I'm hoping to think that there's something we could do to salvage the work of this committee. If the committee is infighting, how do we expect to get the voters of Floyd County to approve a levy? The committee itself can't come together to work on a solution. That's a big trouble. And when everybody wants to resign, I don't know. Supervisor Keeper, do you have any ideas?
Well, I share some thoughts. That day that we appointed them, they had applications and they all looked qualified. I don't know Brandy personally. I know her when I see her. But apparently she isn't welcomed or can be disruptive during a meeting and whatever they told you. And I can understand having someone on a board like that could be disruptive and unproductive. I can't go back and change the way I voted because I did what I did, and I did it, I guess, because on the application paper, she looked like she was qualified. But I didn't understand, I guess, at the time that she can be disruptive and overbearing or whatever they said about her. So I don't know. Is there a process or a procedure to remove someone from the commission? If they don't do it like this, send us a resignation. We've got to keep this commission going forward. They're doing what's considered to be something of value for the community, the ambulance service. And I hate to see it. I don't know if it passed or not, but it's just something for the good for the county, and I hate to see it come to an end like this. That's my personal thoughts. I don't have an answer how, but I just, is there a way, I guess?
Yeah.
That's one more question. Can I ask Marty? What do you feel about it, Marty?
I think that the only way that it'll really come back again is, like you said, if you get Pat Lumley to come back, he's the driving force behind the entire thing. If he's not there, if you don't get him to come back, even if you rescind, and I've heard you talk about rescinding our applications, and I personally wouldn't hurt my feelings, it wouldn't make anything if it would make the board do that. But primarily Pat would be force that would make it work. I do know from experience beyond what you guys have, that Brandy is a very disruptive force behind virtually everything that she's in. And she is a part of this, and I'm not being professional here, I realize that at all. She's a part of this, it would never go anywhere because of the things that we've seen her do in the past behind the scenes. I used to make the comment that if you try to do something that she doesn't like, you might get involved with that because she'll go about everybody to get what she wants. And everybody that's worked with her knows that. And that's why when we first put her on there, like Jim said, Pat noticed that she'll be completely disruptive. And I take back that Brandy and I have been friends for years. I've known her for many, many years. Hopefully we stay friends. But working professionally together like this would not work at all. There needs to be a way to get back on board again to make it go forward. I really believe if he's not a part of driving it, then I don't know what will anymore. Dawn, one of the reasons was because of Brandy being on there. But one of the other reasons was the talk constantly, and I realized it was one of the issues because starting an ambulance service potentially in the county, but putting AMR down constantly in different ways. Like she said, she is the operations manager here, and for her to be a part of something that is looking into eliminating what she does is more like a conflict of interest for her job. That way, I don't know if this is giving you the answers you're looking for, yes, but the big primary reason that this came about the way it did was because of putting Brandy on there. The members that know her far beyond what you guys know that it will never work when she's on. I know from personally being, I still have Marble Rock service and stuff, but if she's a part of it, Marble Rock, nothing. She doesn't work well with anyway. And that's the disruptive part of this. That's about what you've heard and seen too. Again, I'm friends with her. I have been for years. It's not a personal thing, it's what I've seen professionally that she's done. It's been disruptive. That give you an idea. I don't have an answer other than number one thing I can see that they can go forward. If you can have that on board, and I don't want you.
Yes.
I attended a meeting for EMS on Jim's behalf some time ago, October. And Pat conducted that meeting, and I was really impressed with the way he was organized. He had some awesome thoughts, and I thought this is a change from 2 or 3 years ago when they were doing the same thing. He was really engaged, and I thought he did a real nice job at that meeting, and that's the only one I attended. So
He's been that way in all the meetings I've been to, very organized, has been spelled out, and he's the driving force.
He is. Well, I think we need to talk to Pat Lomley.
He would be a
Because before we consider taking people off the committee or rescinding motions, I think we need to hear a little more directly from him. And effectively, he has resigned, so we can continue to talk about this, but until we perhaps hear from him, I don't know what direction we have right now. I mean, I talked to him and I didn't hear him state that he would come back if Brandy was removed. I don't know if that was a part of it. You've read the resignation letter. I think he owes us that much. I mean, you've been leading this faithfully forward, and all of a sudden, I'm resigning effective immediately. When I looked and talked about this, I also talked to the former supervisor who was on this committee, Roy Swickerath. And the reason if at that time it was decided that the county's representative would be a non-voting member was because whatever recommendation the advisory committee makes comes to the board of supervisors for consideration. And so Roy thought at that time that his role would be non-voting. And I think that makes some sense. One thing that came up when I talked to Pat was Pat believes he has the authority to determine who is voting and who is non-voting. And you start to see that in the emails that the committee and the minutes of the committee. I don't think the chair of the committee has the right to determine who votes and who doesn't. I think the supervisors appoint the members of the committee, and I don't recall in any of our discussions if we appointed voting or non-voting members. But apparently that's, when you look at the minutes, that's what is being discussed now. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's being discussed now, but that's what it was when I became part of it, and I didn't question it. I'm not sure that I got the same vibe that you did, that Pat decides, or rather the chair decides who votes and who doesn't. That could have been in the email, but I didn't get that vibe.
Well, that's what he told me. And it's hard enough to get people to work together for the common good on a committee like this, and then ask them not to be a voting member. I understand what the supervisor might not be, but the rest of the people, you get them on the committee and you want their value, their input, they're there for a reason. Why wouldn't you let them vote? Anyway, I think it is in the
Board minutes.
I think it's in the January 11th minutes, where it says, discussion about council member. This is in your meeting minutes of the 11th. And it says, Pat discussed adding members with the several county level staff, and it was determined the best approach to adding new non-voting members would be to leave the current process in place and allow the Board of Supervisors to review applicants before adding additional voting and non-voting members. Sounds like the council talked about it and they determined who the voting and non-voting members are. It seems a little odd to me that you'd leave that decision up to someone.
You know what, that team, that group that was there gelled so well together. I didn't see any reason to rock the boat. The goal was to work towards the betterment of the county with a levy in mind. And they were doing that. I said, I just didn't see any reason to rock the boat. Now, your comment about deciding who votes and who doesn't, that's probably valid. I can't argue with you. But the boat was sailing. It was sailing pretty good. I didn't see a reason to jump in and try to drive it.
Okay, well, that's kind of all the further we can go. Is there anyone listening on the phone line, perhaps, that has a comment to this? Is Pat on the line, perhaps? I don't know who's out there. Anybody listening?
I am.
You
Sure,
are.
I am, and I just would like to provide some additional context to your questions and comments.
Okay, thank you. Can you speak up a little bit? We'll try to make sure this gets out into so we all hear this.
Yeah. So you are correct. The EMS Advisory Council did discuss adding additional members to the EMS Advisory Council. I did speak with the staff at the county level, and the direction that I received was that the process is already in place, and that to let the Board of Supervisors do the management of the personnel appointed to the board. So if a member is interested in being a member of the EMS Advisory Council then fill out the form, and then the Board of Supervisors would take action on that. That is the status of that. There at no time was the EMS Advisory Council going to make the appointments. That was the clarification that I got from the staff at the county level, which way to proceed, and, to have the correct representation on the EMS Advisory Council that we felt we needed to expand to make sure we had that. You able to hear that?
Yeah.
Yes,
we
they
did.
were. So, just a direct question, is your resignation contingent upon something? Or is it you'd come back if, somebody else was removed from the committee? I mean, you resigned, kind of surprised us with that. So are you want back on, but do you want are you asking for a requirement before you consider being appointed again?
I will refer you back to my original application that I submitted back in July of last year, and under the in lieu of additional comments to may assist the Board of Supervisors in making its selection. I was very adamant that the EMS Association should not be a member. The EMS Association is a nonprofit organization. I also, in the second layer of that, question the character and demeanor of the representation at times during the EMS Advisory Council and the Ambulance Commission meetings. I can tell you for a fact that the chair of the Ambulance Commission meeting had to physically stop the meeting because of the interruption by one individual. But more importantly, the Floyd County EMS Association is a nonprofit organization. It's not, even though they say Floyd County, it's not a representation of Floyd County. They are an educational organization. They're established for educational purposes. The goal of the EMS Advisory Council is to provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors in accordance with Iowa Code Chapter 422, Section D, of the cost, the longevity of the tax levy, how to apply the tax levy via a local option income surtax or property tax. I go back to my comment on my application. You have the representation there that provides the day-to-day ambulance service. You have AMR, you have the hospital, you have Green, which does support Floyd County. We are missing Marble Rock for reasons somebody from Marble Rock would have to explain, and we have Norris Springs. So for the folks that are providing day-to-day ambulance service, you have that. And that's why I was adamant on that, because those are the folks that have at stake what is in play for the advisory council with regards to the cost. And that feeds off the ambulance commission.
So if you're not considered for appointment to the EMS Advisory Council, have you spoken with the mayor or the city council? Will there be a representative from Trail City that wants to serve on this council? If it's not,
I have not. That would be up to the mayor and the staff to determine who would be representative, if any, from the city. I think there should be representation from the city and from the county and from the hospital because of currently a 50-50 split, and with the additional funding being provided from the hospital from last fiscal year, potentially this fiscal year. So there should be representation, but there's been no action taken or discussion at this point.
All right, is there any further discussion? Any other comments from anyone listening on the phone?
Mark, can you?
Yes, who's this?
Brandy Molitor?
Brandy Molitor? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, just thought I'd give us some feedback here. So, when it comes to being noted as disruptive and interruptive and to that appeal, I would just like to note that the meetings that I have attended this year as not being part of that group have been understanding to me that they're planning meetings and that it's about discussion and input and insight. And so as a group talks about it and I just have info or a statement about something, like in a positive terms or anything to assist them or resources, and I do put it in at that time, I feel like it is a community effort to be able to do that. And one of the reasons I did join was because I didn't want to seem like rude or input negatively that it seems as interruption, so that it could be recognized. In the past, when we've got together, like last year, we had community involvement that was not part of the direct council, and it was still everybody like in the room was involved, and there was provided feedback, not as a group, or only the group could talk, or the group members could talk, but just providing feedback with knowledge that they know, or insight, or history, or whatever. I do represent it as a EMS association, and yes, we are a nonprofit, and that was started up by local EMS providers for exactly that, and not associated with the county was the point. We are fed on donations and grants and abilities that we can provide educational resources, training to the community and providers so that they can serve locally and have certification for locally, and that's how it benefits and brings it together as a group. We can provide trainings and collaboration in the future. The insight in the nonprofit was, of course, for donations and grant wise. When Pat mentioned day-to-day services and wanting to get have just the insight of day-to-day services on the group, I know multiple times I have spoke up about the involvement of, if we're going to include anybody that day-to-day serves Floyd County, and then in like the inclusion in Nashua, so that we're getting the whole EMS system as a whole. And just the point that I want to make is, I guess when I understood planning versus official meetings, planning seems to include it's a group discussion, whether you're part of the group or not. And it wasn't to be rude or insightful or interruptive. It was just insight at that time during that information. I'm new to this. I'm learning. I brought this to 2021 to the Board of Supervisors as a way to see if it was something that could help our community, and followed through. I was part of the group last year, and I served as the secretary. I have no negative demeanor whatsoever and have done my fair part in information and volunteering. Some of us, it's strictly volunteer. We're not there for any other services or any other anything. Sometimes conflicts brought in from other resources or personal. And I do agree to that, and I don't think it should be. A little difference of opinion or difference in people to a community or to a council is a good thing, you know, to align, but not at a personal one. So I just kind of wanted to justify or have some feedback from me. I haven't talked to anybody or anything, and some ability to communicate and bring forth has not been provided on email except for a few people. And then with the mention of we're stopping in our tracks and nowhere else to go, I haven't seen anything other than further communication relate to me about resignations. And as part of the board right now, I can only go off what the notes say and what the plan was, but I haven't seen anything that was worked on or compiled up to continue on that. So if somebody has that and would have liked to send it out to the group to be able to continue working on it and, finish up on the activity that was mentioned on the last note so that we're not going backwards. I'm fully welcome to have that as well and resources that can help us as well. So that's just my input, and I have availability, and that's why I put it in, and knowledge, and was able to gain a ton of resources and information to bring it locally as a positive benefit, and that's been my thing. I'm driven by passion, not by my overall goal is just to help people in our community. So I'm not a public presentation person. I'm learning like everything else, and I've turned to people to learn and try to be involved. So that's my overall goal and all it's ever been. So, sorry, this has caused a conflict. I guess the overall goal is outweighed by personality or personal things and insight. And if somebody would have maybe talked to me about it, it wouldn't have been an issue. But that's all. I can't do anything if I don't know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brandy. This time, is there anything further anyone wants to add to this discussion? I don't think we've solved any solution yet. I think it's going to take another proposal during another meeting at the moment. This is a discussion item. Is there anything further to come before the board regarding this at this time? Chair recognizes Supervisor Keeper.
If there was a special election for the CMS, was it going to occur in September? Was that just ever discussed, or was it going to be on the general ballot in the fall?
The council brings.
Yes.
The EMS and I believe the ambulance commissioner was in tune with this also. But I think they were targeting September. I know we talked about it in this boardroom, and I think the chair was hoping to move it, keep it in November, due to cost, I think was underlying reason. But yeah, I think their goal was September.
So there isn't a lot of time left for this commission to.
Pat had a timeline, and he was clicking right along on it. And
I don't think we can afford to delay it much longer. Personally,
yeah.
You know, that's only 6 months away, 7 months away.
Yeah.
And time flies. She's like this, so.
All right. Is there anything else? Yes, Chair against other card.
So just the council makes the recommendations to the board of supervisor of the levy rates, and it's going, if they think it should be income tax or surtax or a combination of both, and the timing of the recommendation for the ballot issue. But all of that is still up to the board of supervisors to set an election date, to set that rate, the language for the ballot. This group is just working on recommendations to.
With that, we'll move on to our next item.
Gail wants to drill a hole in her parking lot.
Behind your computer. It's behind your computer.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that right, Gail?
Yeah, Gail. So please step to the mic here and you can speak to that one. If you come up here, it carries a little bit better. So we're now on item 8, review action regarding contract with Mid-American Energy to bore underground for public health generator project and use of ARPA funds.
Generator project, I don't know. I started off just wanting a generator for my fridge, my freezer, and it kind of got blown out of proportion here. I'm way back, well over a year ago. So, but we do have the generator. It's here. It's sitting where it's supposed to be. All the electrical, from what I understand, is hooked up. What we're waiting for now is the gas line. Well, come to find out, the gas line is not big enough that goes under the parking lot to the generator, so it needs to be a bigger gas line. So Kelvin at Mills, and he's probably so annoyed with me. I've been talking to him a lot, and he's been kind of in between with Mid-American and Mills. So what Mid-American needs to do is they just need to, not just, but they need to bore under the parking lot. They're not tearing up concrete. They're not doing any of that. It goes from the other side of Gilbert Street under the parking lot to where our generator is and where all of our electrical stuff is. It has to be paid for prior to them setting a date to schedule when this can be done. And that cost of that was it $5,700, I believe, $5,728 for them to do that. We would be responsible for replacing a small patch of concrete. Calvin thought it would be no bigger than like a 2x2 little area, and he thought possibly we could just put gravel in that too. Wouldn't necessarily need to be concrete.
Is that in the street?
No, but that would be like next to our building. Like it's the back side of our building. It's all parking, all flat, and then there's that step up. I think it used to be a loading dock at one time, from what I understand, and it used to be a liquor store. It would be somewhere in that general area. And so when I asked for the generator, probably close to 2 years ago now, we were using ARPA dollars for that. And it was my understanding going forward that everything we would need would be covered by ARPA dollars. I understand now those dollars are dwindling down. And so this may have to come out of my budget, which I think it could handle at this point, sitting pretty good. So that's the update I have.
So Gail, is it $5,700 a fee from Mid-America?
Yes, yep. And then Mills was gonna be like an additional, I think I put an email, I shouldn't say, I think it was around 500. I would have to double check. But I do have that back in the office. They would be on site when this is done. When they're doing this, Mills would then come and hook it up.
Yes.
Sure, where picture is here, how this works, where this goes. Are they boring
From the other
across
side of
from
Gilbert's?
Taco John's? That's the
So,
darker color
Yep,
here.
the other, so the square there is our building. That'd be like the back side of our building where that loading dock area is. And so then it's across Gilbert Street. Oh, so the purpose of the boring is so they don't have to tear up the street.
And it's for a generator?
Yes, it's for a generator to a backup generator. Like when the power goes out or whatnot, all of our vaccine is in purpose-built refrigerators and freezers. When the power goes out, we have like a half hour to respond to move that vaccine to a different location. And now it's written in our plan, our backup location is the hospital. So the purpose of the generator is for us to be able to keep that vaccine there, not have to transport it in case of a power outage. It's got to be a lot larger project than what who was helping me do all, like, my hands are wiped clean of this when this just started, and he was the one helping me do all this. And he thought it would be a better idea to run the entire building, and it could then be a backup location too, for whatever may need to be done in the time of a disaster, which I see. I mean, that's a great point. And we could still be able to provide our services to the people here in Floyd County, which, so I see his point, but it just got to be a lot larger than what I anticipated, so thus all this extra having to run a larger gas line.
So they got a bore under Gilbert Street. Okay.
Yes, yes.
generator has been purchased.
It's there, it's hooked up, waiting for the gas.
What is the size of it?
A big generator, I don't know.
It's on the back of the building, though, right?
Yeah, yeah,
$30,000 generator.
$30,000 generator?
that's what it was, yeah.
And we paid for that?
ARPA dollars.
ARPA dollars.
That was my, again, I'm gonna go back to ARPA dollars, because this just kind of gets me a little bit to, the intent of ARPA dollars was due to what? COVID, right? I mean, that's how we got all these ARPA dollars, was because COVID happened. I asked for a lot more of that money. I wanted to do some remodeling to the building and whatnot. Found out we could not spend the ARPA dollars in that way because the county doesn't own the building, is what we came up with. So those millions of ARPA dollars, public health is getting 55,000, maybe close to 60. Pretty small chunk, for the intent of what I think ARPA dollars were for. A lot of counties were getting brand new public health buildings. They're really focusing some of that money on response. I don't think $60,000 is a huge chunk of money, out of the millions that the county got due to the COVID response.
We have to have it, so we don't have much choice, I don't think.
Yeah, it's just, I guess, a matter of if you're gonna ARPA dollars, or if I need to take that $5,500 to $5,700 out of my budget, is kind of the question, from my understanding.
All right, any further questions for Gail? No.
The other thing is, we have thousands of dollars worth of vaccine in the office too. I mean, if our fridge goes down, our freezer goes down, and we don't catch it, it is a lot of wasted vaccine, a lot of dollars.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So if your fridge goes down, but the electricity's still on, do you have parameters in place to send a signal or an alarm?
Yeah, we have an alarm on there, and alerts our on-call nurse.
Okay,
They have to respond.
reasonable.
Yeah.
What would your remedy be for that, if it isn't a issue with the electricity or your freezer just fails for some reason and it's not due to lack of electricity?
Yeah, our backup plan states that we would be in contact with the hospital pharmacy, move our vaccine there
Out there,
in our
okay,
portable, coolers that we have.
okay.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the contract with Mid-American Energy to bore underground for public health for the generator project and use American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Jorgensen, second by Kiefer, to approve 5,000.
728.
728. And
Well, is it also, are you covering the concrete also in your motion?
Yeah, we better do that.
Which we don't know what that costs.
Yeah. Plus the concrete costs.
all right.
And Mills $500 or whatever that's gonna be
We'll add that to it for the mills.
also. Well, you said
Thank
the project or whatever, so
Yeah.
I didn't know if you meant all of that.
I think we better do all of it.
Would you like to restate your motion?
Okay.
Mhm.
The motion to approve the contract with Mid-American Energy to bore underground for the public health generator project and use American Rescue Plan Act funds. Also covering the concrete cost as well as the cost of mills.
Or do you know when that will go out?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Jorgensen, second by Kiefer, to approve the cost to cover the generator installation, the boring, the replacement of the concrete, and the hookup by mills. Further discussion?
No.
No.
Any comment from anyone listening on the phone line? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Thank you. So it's signed, and then they just wanted to know when the claim was gonna, date for the claim. Next Monday, okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Item 9, review and action regarding Allerton County invoice for Summit Carbon Solution Iowa Utilities Board permit proceedings and use of ARPA funds. Just so you're aware, what's going on down there. The final brief and the brief that we participated in, one of the intervening counties, has been submitted to the IUB. And the IUB board is taking some time, a few weeks perhaps, we don't really know, to consider the case before making a final decision. We don't know how long it'll be. The IUB has no deadlines for issuing a final decision. But the charges that are in this invoice, as you notice in here, go to our share of those services. Well, you can see all the brief hearings and all of the detailed things that we're paying for. And we paid for our share of $24,452. Our share is 14.29%. And so this invoice is for $3,494.19.
Paid with ARPA funds, correct?
Yes, we have been all the way through.
We're gonna run out of the ARPA funds before, if they're gonna go much more, which they haven't even done the navigator, so you're gonna have to have an alternate plan in the future for paying for it, but right now we're.
Well, the navigators, they're not gonna be in our navigator.
And ordinance then.
Yes,
Two
well,
ordinances, we haven't started on the one ordinance, they just done.
right, the navigator pipeline has been withdrawn, so, the situation with the ordinance is we're waiting till we hear, the case in the Northern District. It's, yet to be, there are gonna be cases, but we're waiting for the results of that case before we go further with the ordinance, so there won't be any further costs associated with the ordinance development at this time.
So, but,
Right.
you know, depending on, you know, unless you want me to lock in a certain dollar amount for this.
Sure. Well, just, we appropriated probably $6,400 for the previous project, something like that. So what does that leave your fund balance at roughly?
I think we're, well, and I know we've got, with ARPA, we've got the project that I've locked in with that last total Samuels Group claim was,
Right.
but we know that some of that maybe isn't going to come through. But I've locked in that total amount. But then we have other things like the sheriff's vehicles that I put $8,000 times 3 upfits, and the first upfit was just under $10,000. So, but I did talk to the sheriff about that and said he could cover that out of his fund as well. Yeah, I think I'm at like 27,000, not counting what you just did with Gail.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the Bayless County bill for $3,094.19 to be paid for with ARPA funds.
Second.
Good. Motion made by Supervisor Kiefer, second by Jorgensen, to approve the Allerton County invoice with ARPA funding. Further discussion? Any comments from anyone listening on the phone? Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Motion is carried. Well, welcome, Jacob.
Hi, good morning.
We got a couple items to deal with.
Yes.
We haven't done any resolution determining the right-of-way purchases this year, so let's see if that's on our agenda. How about we take that one up first?
Yep, so that's just something, you know, we do every year to update, our right-of-way, purchase policy, basically, to set that multiplier on what we would offer, we've got attached, you can see the letter attached that, we kind of do the same every year. We use 30 sales of land only, and use that average. And in this case, the factor would be 8.6, is what the average factor was for the multiplier. Or sorry, that was last year, I'm sorry. This year, it's lowered considerably down to, 5.39. It was 8.6 the year before. But otherwise, that's the only major change. I think usually we've just left, the fence removal, fence replacement, you know, those dollar amounts I think have stayed the same in the past. And I didn't necessarily have a recommendation to change those this year.
So the numbers in this resolution are your recommendations.
Yeah, the 5.39, or I guess 5.4, it looks like usually we go at a, more of a, just to the 10th number. I think I would recommend doing a 5.4 factor, for the multiplying factor, and then leave the, fence removal at $4, for woven wire or barbed wire combination. The barbed wire only, I would recommend just the $3, and then, fence replacement, with a combination, we recommend $16, and then with the barbed wire only, I would recommend the $14 per rod. I think that's been fine. I haven't heard any complaints on that, and it looks like we've done that the same for 13 years.
So you said 5.4, number one there?
Yeah, for the multiplier.
Could you go through them again?
Yes, sorry. I'll start again. So with the multiplier, I guess I'd recommend 5.4 is, what we've gotten with those 30 sales, or I guess 29 sales. And then the fence removal with woven wire and barbed wire, the combination, $4. And then the fence removal with the barbed wire only would be $3 per rod. And then fence replacement, combination would be $16 per rod, and fence replacement with barbed wire only would be $14 per rod. And that's what we've had, at least from the chart that I see, is since 2011, it's been the same.
So I think, correct me, Jake, if I'm wrong, but if you're looking at the last year's 07-23 resolution, the only thing that we would be changing would be the 8.6 down to 5.4.
Yes. Yep. And that's just based on, the valuation and sales comparison, and that's that chart, that has kind of that Excel table that you can see. And the assessor helps us with that, gets us that information.
I see.
So,
Yeah, that wouldn't be the only change then.
yeah, and that's kind of that's what's happened in our office that's what they've always done for a long time. So basically just that factor, it changes from year to year based on how sales are looking, just with that market's going. So that's a much lower factor. But you can kind of see some of the history where last year was a lot higher than normal. But I think that just reflected with the sales from the year before, so.
So we need
We need a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 3-24 for the purchase of right-of-way by Floyd County.
Those rates.
With the rates, on the resolution, do I need to read them off?
Sure.
Including the resolution would be by easement or deed, 5.4 times 100% valuation, for fence removal of woven wire, barbed wire combination, $4 per rod, and for the rate of $3 per rod for wire only fences, barbed wire only fences. replacement of woven wire, barbed wire combination will be paid the rate of $16 per rod. And barbed wire only fences shall be paid at the rate of $14 per rod.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Kiefer approving resolution 0324, setting the policy for purchase of a right of way by Floyd County. And seconded by Supervisor Jorgensen. Is there any comment from anyone listening on the phone line? Hearing none, Auditor Carr, would you call the roll?
Kiefer,
Yes.
Jorgensen,
Aye.
Kuhn.
Aye. Resolution 0324 has been approved and adopted.
You could sign that one, you get a
Certainly.
chance to mark.
All right, next item, review action regarding appointing the weed commissioner.
So, based on our conversation before, I had kind of had Tim reach out to the local to see if they'd be interested in doing any of the spraying. And he reached out to Ag Manage and they said they were not interested. They're not really set up for, spray kind of those smaller areas like that. They said they wouldn't be interested in putting out a quote. I think maybe Dennis, you had a chance to talk to them as well.
I talked to Nick Vantage and talked to Jason Ryder, and he thought he would try to come up with some people, some suggestions, but he wasn't interested in doing it.
Yeah.
Their equipment is so big, and so.
Yeah, that's kind of what I gotten from him as well.
Yeah.
So, and, I figured the budget, we'll just try it with the budget the way it is currently and just see how that goes, and if changes need to be made, it'd be, in future years, not right now. And so I guess my recommendation would to have you guys appoint Tim Lobby as the weed commissioner. I think for our operations side of things, it'd work best for Tim to do it. And I've spoken with Tim and he's willing to do it. So I don't think it'd be a major issue, and we'll get it figured out, and might take us, a year to just get used to doing it and make any adjustments we need to in the future, I would suppose.
And the salary for Tim Lobby, how is that going to be? What are you proposing there?
I was just gonna leave it as what it is. I think it's at what, 1,900 right now. Is what you're paying Adam for. I just figured just leave it at that, and just leave the budget. I think it was the budget 3,000.
Yeah, it's two, so we have a 3% increase.
Yes.
So I guess I need to ask, what are we doing? When's this effective? By February, whatever that date is in February, when the appointment goes into effect, is the intent then that $1,900 this year comes as no more getting paid to Adam starting when?
Yeah, I would assume
then-
that's what it would need to be.
And that's based on a percentage of Adam's salary, and that we would just shift that as that dollar amount would be a percentage of Tim's salary out of that same fund, but looking for dates of that. Otherwise, I've got it set to go up 3% in next year's budget, but that's pending what you do
Yeah.
with budgets.
So effectively, we'd be naming Tim Lobby as the Floyd County Weed Commissioner at this meeting. And
Effective,
effective,
like the next payroll or something.
That's fine. So 2 weeks then.
Yeah, so it will, yeah,
Is that
payroll was,
today's the start of the pay period or yesterday?
today's the start of the pay period. Well, Saturday.
Yeah.
So we could
Did it-
have it starting today if
Oh.
you wanted that soon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Since he's a Monday to Friday
Yep.
position, it would be the same, and it would come off of Adams then. When 2 weeks from Friday's payroll would be reflective of today, if you're starting it today
Yeah.
for the salary.
Yep.
Or whenever, I just want a date, whenever you want.
I think today.
That's an option.
I think today works. I mean, I think that's fine, unless you guys want it in the future, but might as well just do it and be done with it. Started, I suppose. So I just figured we'd just leave the budget the way it was this year. So with it being 1,900 or whatever Adam was at, just leave it that way for the rest of fiscal 24. And then like Gloria said, if it's 3% raise that we're doing across the board in the county, then that's what we're doing. I would leave in that budget, I guess. Are you guys, well, you guys probably still have some time to work through that yet, don't you? It's just the beginning of February on the budget. For salary increases, are you guys getting near completion on that, or I guess where are you guys at on that?
We were discussing it more today.
Okay.
As far as completion, it'll be April before it's completed, but
Yeah. Oh, I guess this is here, that's a caveat, I'll talk to you another time. My budget, so I have two budgets, so it's strange, I have the budget to the DOT and the budget for you guys. And it's the same thing, but the DOT's is still due April 15th and ours is not, because ours got pushed back, right? Ours is, they didn't fix it, yeah, they screwed it up in the way they did the bill. So they gave the counties an extension, but the DOT they didn't give the DOT an extension. So now mine will be due to the DOT before it's due for you guys. So, but it needs to be the same thing. So I was gonna discuss that with you, Mark, I was already calling, so, they just brought it up, they reminded us we had some training last week, and they brought it up, and I had
So what day does that do?
April 15th. Okay. So there's still plenty of time.
All right.
So,
And do we need to notify the state then that we have chosen a weed commissioner for
yeah,
this year?
just looking for the form.
All right.
There's a form to sign, but I am on that right now. But I will find it.
Terry,
Yeah.
is Tim one of your current foremen?
he's the road superintendent.
Road superintendent.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and Tim has a background in farming, and he has an understanding of what he'll need to do, so, and I'll help him out with the administrative side of things, so, if, yeah, I think we'll make it work between the two of us, so it should work out.
One more question for you.
Yes.
How did your meeting go in Decorah the other
It
day?
was good, so that's were they do new county engineer trainings, and so like I got to have one when I started, but this was for the Winnebago County engineer, and there were 8 county engineers there, which is great. There's a few of us other guys that just started more recently, and then there were some guys that have been around a long time, and I can learn a lot just sitting in a room with those guys for a few hours. You can learn quite a bit. So it was long. I got back I think 4:45. So, but it was a good day.
Okay.
So I'm glad to be able to do those. So, but yeah, I guess with the weed commissioner, I just recommend Tim Lobby. I think that will work out for us, and if something, we can make adjustments in the future as we need. So.
Are we waiting for a motion on that chair?
Just want to maybe back up a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm not finding the form right now, but Adam was appointed through that date in February. Or whatever that.
He had an
date
end
is.
date. Because isn't it March 1st, there has to be one, by March 1st is when the appointment needs to be made? Is that what it is, Gloria? I can't find the date for appointment. It should just be in chapter 317, right?
I would think it would be in there also, but there's a form also.
Okay, the county weed commissioner's appointment shall be effective as of March 1 and shall continue for a term at the discretion of the board of supervisors unless the commissioner is removed from office as provided for by law. So whatever
So I guess you could do it either
effective,
way, March 1, or you could remove Adam and put Tim on there effective
either, yeah,
as of
so
today. I suppose.
however you guys would rather go about it, whether it's today or March 1, whatever works best for you guys.
We're talking about 3 weeks then if we wait.
Yeah,
Any reason not to do it today?
yeah, I don't think so. I mean, in 3 weeks, I wouldn't imagine there's gonna be calls about weeds anyway, but maybe with it being 56
60
degrees
degrees.
on, yeah, maybe all of a sudden, maybe there will be something growing. But,
Having trees for syrup already.
yeah, I heard that. I'm sure,
I think we'd be fine doing it.
So we need a motion. I'll make a motion to appoint Tim Lobby as a weed commissioner effective today.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Kiefer, seconded by Jordan, to appoint Tim Lobby as the Floyd County Weed Commissioner effective today. And so he'll noted for our payroll, effective as today. We'll make the appropriate notice to the state. Further discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Jacob.
all right, thank you. Have a good one.
All right. All right. Budget items. Had a number of attachments in your agenda here today. Let's
Which
see.
one do we want to open up? 45 budget, okay.
Yeah, and I did make some hard copies. And I think I'd like to maybe start though with, I have some, information on, I put on the table here for you. I just had gotten it on the health insurance. I don't have dental insurance, but I do have health insurance. And, so if you want to look at that. So the group itself has an overall rate increase of 4% from Walmart. And then how each group is, their increase is established based on claims that they've had. And so if you look at this, we're at 3.54% is the increase on the health insurance.
I mean, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's the health insurance side of things. So that's better than what the pool as a whole is going. Some members are going to see more than 4%, and we're happily on the side of lower than 4% for our plan. So just if you look at that, the premiums for Wellmark are going for a single plan, and I'm looking right here. This is our current rates. This is our proposed rates. Now, and this is all pending what the pool approves on meetings on Friday. The meetings are in Des Moines this week, Thursday and Friday in Des Moines. Friday is actually a board meeting. Thursday is like Walmart presentations and other groups and vendors who will present at Thursday's meeting. But I would anticipate that the board would approve 4% of the pool, and then that would be, this would be what we would have for us regardless of anything happened to the board. I'm not quite sure how that part works, but anyway, single plan, Wellmark's premium, currently on a single plan is $803.32. And, the family plan is $2,008.30. So those are going up. If you look on in the red part respectively, and the gray section, the red part shows, so our $803.32 is gonna bump up about $32 for a single plan. So $835.45, and the family plan is gonna bump up from $2,008.30. It's going up about $80 to $2,088.64. You see the number right here is the proposed new number. And then that's for the, so what we have is, just as a refresher, we purchased the higher deductible out-of-pocket plan from Wellmark. And then that, which is this column, this is what we're getting from Wellmark. And then we're buying it down to this level. So the Wellmark part is gonna cover a $5,000 deductible. The partial self-funded is gonna cover starting at $750 deductible. The employee is gonna pay up to $750 for deductible. So that gap between $750 and $5,000 is your partial self-funding component. And that's where on the very bottom number here, it shows that that's gonna be $166,474 for just the partial self-funding part. You're still gonna have to pay the premiums, the $800 and the $2,000 for premiums. But that's your partial self-funding cost above the premiums that you're paying. That makes sense for that part. So I haven't had time to play with this. I do know that our partial self-funding balance is around 130,000, I believe, right now. And I'd like to see that maybe up a little bit more, because we are been pretty nip and tuck sometimes with when our premium, when the money comes out of the general supplemental fund or world services fund to pay the premiums out of those funds to the healthcare fund. We have been pretty nip and tuck with covering those premiums. And so if we would have, I think we maybe need to build a little bit more cushion for those months when you have, usually the first deductibles start in January. Deductibles and out-of-pocket start over in January. So you don't see so much of those claims, and you don't get hit so hard in January with the partial self-funding. But once the employees get those deductibles and out-of-pockets hit, and that's when you start paying that difference between the $750 and $5,000 or the family plan deductibles to higher deductibles. So I like to maybe build in something more than the $3.54, maybe even somewhere around $3.75 or $3.80, something like that. Percent increase to make sure we've got enough cushion in that fund 74,000 to cover those hits when they start getting higher, like the second half of the calendar year of deductibles. But I think we probably can keep it under the 4% increase. But I haven't had time to play with those numbers, but we've got something to play with, and we'll have more information to know where we're going and on Friday. And then Denise will be scheduling times to come and talk to the board. Denise Ballard. I don't know if you took that. Denise came last year, or was it Cindy? Was it Denise or Cindy?
Well, I don't know which one.
Yeah,
Somebody.
I can't remember which one it was. But that'll be coming hopefully in February here also. We'll be having Denise or Cindy or someone come in and talk to as well. I did ask if they could, I didn't get the dental rates, so I've asked if they could send the dental rates, and I just did that over the weekend. And, we have partially, or we self-fund all of the dental. No, I don't have anything yet on the dental side. But that should be coming here this week, and so I will be gone here a little bit in the morning on Thursday, and then head to Des Moines, and be gone Thursday, the rest of the day Thursday and Friday. But I will work on, once I get those dentals, I'll work on some numbers, assuming that this, you know, what I think we can do for the fund, and then we can get those rates set for July 1. So that, I just wanted to mention that part of it going into the rest of the budget, because that's one component we don't have in any of this budget is the, health insurance increases. Okay. So this is one of the sheets that you've got, that's got, just like you've been looking at. Again, I'm updating this and the solution side because there's not a good way of getting all three combinations there, so they get such a big thing, and so the print's large enough. And I did number the pages this time, so you can follow on with the
Is
pages.
this also in our packet?
Yes, that's one of the other attachments in your packet.
And which?
It's the biggest one.
Probably, yeah.
I think it's the first, the attachment after the regular packet. I think that's the second. You want copies of these, Bob, or?
Oh, yeah, got it.
I think steal the one from you though, so that make an extra copy of this one. I'll give it to you after that. Made a copy of the big one. Okay, so I put changes in from what we talked about last Monday at Fossil and Prairie Center. And so if you look at the big packet, nobody happened to get two of those, did they?
You need one.
Oh, those big ones? Did you get two of those big ones?
I do.
You just want.
I can look at it.
Which one is it?
It's the, if it is easier for you to look on there. I'll
Yeah, it
put
would
this
be.
one. Okay, so it's the second attachment in the email. And open all of them, I'll be going. So the second one, I believe, in the email, the way it shows up in my email.
Highlighted line.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so I think I've touched everything that got changed with highlights. Well, I think most of those we talked about in the past, like on the Board of Supervisors, I'd increased your publication documents. So that's what those first ones are there. Green. And then if you hit it twice fast, it'll pop up bigger on the screen.
This is the right one, or?
That's the right one.
Yeah,
But
that's.
you should be able to do it right click. I see Mark, you've got it small too, but maybe if you do a right click, if it's not double clicking or something. If you're, put your cursor over it once and. You gotta open it.
Okay.
And then we can. Mark, do you want yours open bigger?
Okay, sure.
You can just double click fast on that and then it might come up and open.
Which one there?
That one right there that you're on.
Alright.
There you go. And then you can touch your screen.
Okay.
You can. Okay, so yeah, so just as a preview of what we're looking at here, we've got 0% to 3% and comp board recommendations and the other increases above 3% for people not tied to elected officials or by contract. So changes in green are what have been changed from what we talked about in the budget. Those are all changes from previous. So first ones that you see with the difference in the pay increase is my staff with, I'm requesting they go from Jen and Lexi go from $22 to $24 an hour. There's two different spots there. One's paid out of general fund and one's paid out of supplemental fund. And then I've got my PEOs for going from $10 to $12 an hour. Consider that. Those are the first two wages that you're gonna see on there.
The PEO is the,
Precinct election official.
okay,
So that's my 50, 60 people that work the elections on election day or absentee team. And you'll see two different spots for them because one's for the general election and one's for the special elections.
what did we do with on the conference board, because we didn't increase the pay for the for
You did 22 for Caitlin?
no, the people that come in for the hearings that object to their evaluations.
Board of Adjustments?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
No increase. They left it the same. 150 a meeting?
that was the board of,
Or
yeah,
was it 100? I can't.
100,
a per diem.
Yeah.
To come in to discuss the objections on the board of.
Yes.
It's $100 a day, we left it there, right, or?
I thought it was
Sure.
100, but you thought maybe it was 150. It got left the same, whatever it was.
Whatever, okay.
Okay. So what's that $2 increase? That's $1,600.
What's the question?
The $2 increase from $10 to $12 for the election officials is amounts to $1,600 in that difference.
Maybe 640, about a little less than 1,000, right?
Well, again, there's two different line items on there. And it's, if you're looking at the previous year, you're looking at different things. Because you're looking at a primary election, I don't have as many workers as what I have in a general election. So fiscal year 23 is primary numbers, fiscal year 24 is general election numbers, plus the other line item down farther for special elections.
Okay, so that's the special election down here. This one, where is it? 4,000 to 4,120.
I'm seeing 8,640 to 9,700 or 9,450. Which line item?
Yeah, I get that one. And then on farther down, there's another one. From $10 to $12, it takes us $680 increase.
Oh, yes. Okay, let's see, 352 is, we have special elections and local elections and primary election. One special, but the one with the 352 behind it would be, special election.
Like, emergency medical service tax levy.
Yes.
So, Chris, you sent that email out responding to Gordon Mogi question for what the special election cost. So then that would be added to that estimate
Well,
if we approved it 680, because that's a special election.
yeah, yes, but I,
I know you said three of them, they were all different.
right,
But
they are.
because they are different.
Right.
But that one was closest to what
The closest would have been the Board of Supervisors, $11,000 one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's, in addition to the precinct and the precinct election officials aren't the largest cost of it, the largest cost is ballot printing, programming, that type of thing. It's the higher cost.
And that new equipment is part of the 80,000.
Yeah, okay, so then on that, what I did is you could, as I talked last week, I said we could get election equipment this year yet. They said they would work with us. I just threw in, I've got in green there, the 26,666 would be 1/3 of that $80,000. And I put it just so you could see where the dollars hit in fund balances. I had mentioned that I could do, I said I've got, 5,000 for equipment, and maybe I'd be able to find another 5,000 in my budget for this year. But I just threw in, if you allowed an amendment, then I just put 26,000 if you allowed an amendment this year.
Okay.
To get the equipment for the primary election. But you would, again, whichever way, it's either we could pay, if we get the equipment this year yet, this fiscal year yet, we could pay, they said they'd work with us, but in the net, we'd have to catch up what we don't pay this year, next year. So the 26,000 times 2 is what we'd be paying overall. So it's in this year and next year. So it's either, might be 10,000 this year and another 16,000 on top of the 26,000 next year. So it nets out the same with that. But I do need to kind of get some direction so they know where we're going with that, if we want to purchase it yet this year and have it by
And the question is, if you'd like to have it, but you have to have it, right, or need it to do it.
Well, our equipment is 8 years old, and they suggest that you replace your equipment, that it's an appliance, and appliances are expect an 8-year life expectancy. We do get, like, I've had 2 trips this last city school election where we didn't end up having to change out equipment. We just, sometimes the equipment will call it a hiccup. And so I went to 2 different polling places for the 2 of 6 for this last election, and I have had to. And they say that those kind of hiccups are those things that are your equipment's wearing. And so I could gamble and say, let's keep using what we have through the November election, and then let the next auditor decide what they want to do, but put money in the budget for next year. I talked with, we have 2 people who are running for auditor that we know of now, and there's going to be a lot that person is going to have to pick up on starting in January, whoever it is, starting in January. And part of me is just thinking, not having to worry about election equipment would be one less burden on them to do. I've talked with some counties that have this equipment, and they say it's much easier.
There's a handicap guy caught in the elevator.
Hi, Bill. Hey, good job. We are doing
Trying to get in the elevator.
He was trying to get out.
Trying to get out.
He only attempted once, and the door closed on him. I thought, well, I can see what happened. Some of the guys don't. I can do it myself, you know.
Okay. So I just don't wanna start new election in the November election, not in a big general election. So I could go either way. I think, the timing of getting new equipment is good now. I'm leaning, I guess, towards doing it now and not burdening the next auditor with
Having good equipment for November.
having good equipment for November. Yeah.
There's some benefit to that, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
So one of the things that happens with the equipment that we have, so you've got your scanners and if you've got an election, you've inserted your ballot in a scanner. The current scanner has goes into the scanner and then it has this curvature that your ballot has to curve down and go into the box. And if you use the ADA equipment that has that little strip of tape, and that goes in, sometimes those things get hung up on that curvature part, and then it jams the equipment up. The new equipment, the ballots drop directly down, so there's nothing that's gonna get jammed in it, and that's probably the biggest thing that we have, is ballots getting jammed in that curvature. And then the equipment will read that ballot rejected or ballot accepted, but if it's rejected, it should pop back out and lay there in the tray, but sometimes it gets caught in the tray, and sometimes the poll workers may not get to look at that screen because it's only gonna be on the screen for a certain while, and then they don't know, did that ballot count or not count? And so it's kind of nerve wracking when they're sitting there and thinking, okay, now we gotta go check our check-in totals to see how many ballots or how many people they've checked in, and then count how many people are sitting in the booths, and then what the machine count says to know, okay, yep, that ballot counted or it didn't. And I don't like the perception, and they'll get it, they'll figure that out, but I don't like the perception of that when people are waiting to get checked in or whatever and say, oh, hold up a minute, we've got a ballot jam. And I don't like that. Because it never looks good.
And I should know the answer to this because I voted. The voter puts the paper in himself.
Oh, yes,
Yep,
yes.
that's
So,
what I thought.
because nobody should see how a voter voted, and, they'll give instructions if it's a one-sided ballot, to put the ballot over. And they get those secrecy folders, but you still have to take it out of the secrecy folder to put it in the scanner. But yeah, and I don't like the voters to be standing, or the poll workers to be standing up by the scanner, because I don't want them to see what anybody voted. And the tape will, if it's an overvoted ballot or something like that, a tape will pop out, but that ballot still is laying there in the screen. So they give the instructions to insert your ballot, make sure that the machine accepts it before you walk away from the machine. This way, it'll just be a sure thing that the ballot's been read and received, or.
You don't want to go back to the curtain or the big lever?
I don't want to do that either.
Okay.
No, New
It
York's
seemed to
expensive.
work.
I can't imagine setting those up though.
Yeah.
Setting up all those polling places back, that was before my time. Can't imagine that. So, again, I can go either way, but I have definitely leaned more that I think it's probably better to get the equipment now than later.
Agree. Yeah. For the reasons you said.
Yeah, I just want to start adding these options, other things up over here as well. So as we go through this, so there's a 3% increase in the precinct election workers.
20%.
Right, okay, so it goes from 8640 over to 9450 here, or what happened?
Yeah, it's depending the type of election you get now, and
Yeah,
how many workers I have at an election.
okay. So that proposal in its entirety is, in the budget is how much for that 20% increase from 10 to 12? You know, if we got two things here, don't
But
we?
if you're looking at the increase, you're comparing apples and oranges. Because if you're talking different types of elections, primary election versus a general election. I have more poll workers at a general election, so you're gonna see a higher increase in the fiscal year 25 budget just because I have more poll workers.
Okay, yeah. All right,
So, but what you wanna know is what those three line items add up to in 25 versus what they were in 24.
that's right.
Okay, but you don't wanna compare anything else like cost of ballots or anything like that that jumps up as well. Or you just want wages is all you're looking at,
Well,
not
just
the
that-
total cost of an election.
Yeah, just the wage increase.
All workers are paid by the hour or per diem, by so much a day.
Ours are paid by the hour. Yep, and it's a mix across counties, whether you pay them by the hour or by the day. We used to pay chairs a little bit more, but that changed with prior supervisors, but everybody just gets paid the same. But the chairs end up getting paid more because they're coming in to pick up election supplies and they're doing the time. Come in and get supplies and then two people have to return the supplies at the end of the night. That's typically the chair. So Mark, what you're saying is you want what I have budgeted in my 86, the very first line item is the 8640 in 23.
Yeah,
And then you're wanting with the 1606 in there,
right, that's the increase, right?
well, that's the increase from 3%.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yes.
Okay, so
So
that,
you've got the 9450 is the hours at a 0%.
so what is
increase.
3%?
9734.
Okay, but how much in an hour?
30 cents.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
All right,
So, but then, so it's 9,450 is because it's more hours, not because it's more pay. It's more hours at the same rate of pay. The 9450. 9734 is 30 cents an hour at the number of workers. And then,
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if we gave the workers that are gonna come to work the elections an increase from $10 to $12, what that amounts to in the fiscal year 25 budget. And they've been at $10 for a while.
a long,
Yeah,
and I can pull comparisons, or you can take my word that we're not on the even medium of
Okay.
what they're paid in other
We're not
counties.
at the high end, in other words.
We're not even at the medium. Again, I think it's hard to look at because you're not, looking at the increase from the other year, it's not different hours. It's different number of hours.
Those are 12-hour days, right, for the poll workers?
Oh, they're longer than that.
No longer than that.
Yeah, well, first of all, they come in for like 3.5 to 4 hours of training a couple of weeks prior to the election. And then the chair comes in and picks up supplies on the Monday before the election. And then the poll workers have to be at the polling place at 6 a.m. for the 7 a.m. election start time. And the polls are open till 8 o'clock, and then it takes them about an hour to clean up. So they're
Oh, 13 or 14 hour
14,
day.
15 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
just working that one. So you're less this fiscal year overall because of, actually, all we have planned for this year, we have the, primary and the, for current year, we have city school election and primary election and special. For next fiscal year, I think I said 3 elections, but I've got just the 2 in there. We've got, the general and special. So you've got 2 elections that you're looking at, $16,140, and the 3 elections for fiscal year 24 is $25,920. So my $4,000 number there is considering a special election this year.
Emergency medical services election.
Any
No,
election.
but is one.
One election. One election. It could be, if you looked at those numbers in that email that I sent, we looked at all the specials that I sent you 4 elections.
Right.
2 were just school elections, that were off city school election day, Central Springs and, North Butler. And, the same election, North Butler School District and Nashville Plainfield School District. So, and then the way it used to be that the control county paid the cost of the elections, but that changed with legislation. Now, every county, if their voters reside in their county, like we have 6 school districts in Floyd County, but we're control county for 2 of them, Charles City, Red Rock, and Round Rock. But now we have to bill the schools for the other 4. So Nashville what I showed you is Nashville Plainfield, North Butler, Central Springs happened to be ones that had specials. We had to bill them our share. So what a special election cost for them, I have no idea, because I only know what Floyd County's portion is. Same with Charles City School District and Nashville, or Red Rock and Marble Rock. The cost I provided, the 19,000 was, of course, it was city school college election, 3 elections on one day, plus the specials for Charles City School and Red Rock and Marble Rock School. But the counties that also have those, Chickasaw County has Charles City School. I have no idea what Chickasaw County billed Charles City School District. I have no idea what Cerro Gordo County billed Red Rock for Marble Rock. Or Osage had a special election. We had costs for Osage School District this year as well, because we had, which no voters in Osage School District voted in the election, but we had to have ballots. We had to have everything for it. So the legislation changed things, cost those entities more money with the changes that they implemented. I have 5 poll workers for those elections now, those specials that we had with Central Springs and Nashville Plainfield and North Butler. Only if your population is less than 225 for registered voters in your county can you pass it off to another county, which is what, where we don't have anything that we have more than 225 Nashville Plainfield voters. We have more than 225 Nashville Plainfield School District. And same with Central Springs. We never get to pawn them off. So and then with changing the polling hours, used to be city school elections, city elections and school elections used to be separate elections, but they didn't combine those. So you think, oh, you should be saving some money there because you're sharing the cost. But when they made the changes with the hours, every election has to be open 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. that city of Caldwell pays a lot more for elections because They're open from 7 AM to noon, where they weren't open those hours. Is it noon to 6? Noon to 8 is what that was. So lots of changes with elections. So if you were to look at these, in the history of these, your costs are gonna be all over the place because of changes that legislation is making. That is the one thing that is constant with legislation. Election laws change every single year. Something changes. And just look at this year's city school election. If there's, now if there's, this is the first election that we had, if there is a bond referendum, now we're mailing out postcards. We mailed out close to 7,000. We were able to do it in a postcard, 7,000 postcards just for Charles City School District, and 1,900 postcards.
But that's not done for a emergency medical
No,
services
It's
level.
not,
That's the difference.
it's only for debt.
See, that is one difference. We talked a little bit about that because in that case, all the voters get notified there is an election. In the emergency medical services, like, they don't get a postcard.
They don't get what?
They don't get a postcard, correct?
No, but nobody ever got a postcard until,
Right, but now they do.
Yeah.
The school does.
So the school, that's a school thing that they send in postcards out, is that what you're saying?
auditor has to send them out.
So why wouldn't, EMS get a card?
It's not debt, it's a levy rate.
Okay,
The difference is that if it's an issuance of debt that is, and the difference there as well is that the debt is, and is, whether it's an essential service or not. Like, we didn't have to have an election for the tower project because the towers were essential services. And so there was nothing that had to be done with, when you bonded for that. Didn't have to go to the voters, no postcard. Your public hearing notices in the newspapers, that type of thing occurred for people. You know, if you're reading the newspaper, you see that. And the schools, Red Rock and Mount Rock and Charles City School District marketed that their plans for that bond issue as well. But that's entirely up to them. That's
an EMS ballot should be slightly cheaper since there's no postcards mailed out, right?
There's, yeah, and most special elections don't have postcards. This was the first election that you had to have that postcard.
Okay,
But now that you can't, the only time you can have that debt is on a November ballot. Where before you could have the debt, you know, the school had, this is like time I put it out there. Charles City, first time or second time? But they would typically hold it in March or August or September, whenever the dates are allowable for them to have that type of election, because they're often more likely to approve when you don't have 85% of your voters going to vote. You know, you get 10-15% turnout in a special election. You get maybe 20% turnout in a city school election. But in a gubernatorial election, you get 60-65% turnout. In a presidential election, you get 80-85% turnout. So now those bond issues are always going to be on a more populated ballot.
Easier to miss.
Well, easier to miss a special election, to go to a special election
Yeah.
versus a November election.
So what we started all this discussion on, what's the difference in the election workers? I get we have different number of elections, but did you say $4,000 from 10 to 12?
Yeah.
How much was it, the increase in, like, it'll be in fiscal year 25, assuming what we think we know?
It's less, because there weren't as many, if I'm taking the elections, there weren't as many, I had 3 elections budgeted for this fiscal year.
Okay,
City school, primary, and if a special came on. I had 3 elections planned for this year. Next year I have general election, there's no primary, there's no city school, so I have general election and a special election budget.
Okay.
But I probably am low on my special election for a countywide, because typically I don't have a countywide. I have,
All right,
but elections are the one thing
all right, I got it.
that you could go negative on until you could amend.
All right. Should we get back to some of these other numbers in here? Just excluding all these wage increases, because all these wage increases are somewhat dependent, and we haven't really decided if we're gonna accept the comp board recommendation yet.
Right.
And we haven't talked about that part of it. So all these other things that are increases, per dollar increases on top of the comp board recommendation, or maybe they don't even relate to the comp board recommendation. I mean, there's only one clerk left anymore.
Oh, yeah,
So,
but you have 10
so those,
deputies.
so those discussions are kind of
11 deputies.
outside. So all I'm trying to figure out is kind of some of these other things in here. Okay.
And, you know, if you're thinking, I feel like $10 is not enough for an election, a precinct election official on election day. If you think $12 is too much, I guess would you consider $11 or something like that?
I'm not weighing in one way or the other. I was just looking for a number. In fact, I think I probably agree with you on that. Wasn't trying to
Okay.
make a point that they shouldn't be more than 10 or they should be less than 12. I just want to know kind of what the amount was, and now I got the numbers.
Well, and then the other side, you know, thinking of that as well. The other side is when you're gonna go, well, the notice we have to send out by March 15th. You could be higher on that. You're telling them what your highest expenses are going to be. But you still have until, you'll have that hearing, but then you'll still have your next hearing for approving your budget. And if you wanted to pull anything down between that first hearing and the second hearing, you can do that as well.
When is the second hearing supposed to be?
Well, since the legislation didn't change the deal that Adam talked about with when the DOT's budget is due, I think he said that's April 15th yet. And so you're gonna be in a short window of time to be making some changes. By state, you have till April 30th. But if he's saying that he has to have his DOT budget done by April 15th, that's what happened last year, if you remember when we were doing this.
Yeah, it's on a Monday. But
Yeah, I assumed the legislators might get that fixed, but evidently they haven't fixed that. I haven't looked into that, I just assumed they would fix that issue. I'll follow up on that, see what happens. And they wouldn't, right there, you know, it's a worthless April 30th date for the county. If you have to have a report, if you have to have a budget approved by the DOT by April 15th. I don't know why the legislature wouldn't have fixed it, unless they're planning on fixing it this legislative session. April 15th. Or before, so the county will know what to do. Okay, so, you can see on the treasurer's side, I fixed some, she had miscalculated her insurance, so we just put it back to what it was, current year. She had that first run around that we had with budget, she had she had like a calculation that was like a month worth of insurance instead of 12 months of insurance, so that's why that's green. County attorney, that green number is one that came down. He had a higher number, that was for his magazines and subscriptions that he had that they found another way to provide those. So I think I remember the first budget was something like maybe 10,000 and that came down to 2,500. Oh, I think it was the 10,500, same as fiscal year 24. And then when he was talking to you at that meeting, it came down. So then when you get to the sheriff's budget, you get to page 5, I've increased his line item 446, it has the 446 in it. That's for the update of a new vehicle. And the 49,000 highlighted, if you see, this is general fund. And when we get down to rural services, he's and Brian, I did visit with him about the vehicle, because if we left rural services as it was with a 0% increase, we can't meet our 25% as everything's budgeted. So he said Brian Tiedemann has the oldest vehicle, and this is Brian's vehicle that you're seeing in the general fund.
$49,000.
12,000 is the upfit and radios, and then the 49 is the vehicle. And then.
Taking out the rural fund, putting into this,
Excuse me?
putting into the general fund.
Yes, it came out of rural and went into general, yeah. And then here you've got jailers that have, he wants the $1 an hour increase. So that's a little bit more, and then on that same page down below farther, he wants his secretaries to get a $1 an hour increase as well. And then that increases on the next page, the FICA numbers. And then there on page 7, where you see the $1,000 is highlighted, that was 12,000. And he still will have radio and services. So he said put that at 1,000, and then the blank green is where there was 49,000 and 0 now. That took it out of rural services. Then other wages that you see with increases, Amy has Kim and Jen with higher than 3% wage increases. And Department 10, I've got John and Cody at higher than 10% wage increases. And I do not think those are out of line at all. And then we talked about, I've jumped to page 9 now, and I forgot to highlight it, but you see the $175,000 number there? That's where I talked about if we could, I asked if we could do like 150 to 200,000 for enclosures on the south 2 entrances of the building here, the dispatch entrance and the other employee entrance over here off the atrium. I just went in the middle and put in 175. What we talked about last week was 150 or 200,000. I just went in the middle there on that. And I guess I didn't highlight the custodian spike and IFRS increases as well. They were to get their 100K. And secondary roads, I think Adam's stuff is all up in line now, and they're by contract, they're getting a 3% increase. That's just a note out there, I think, for your reference. So then we can skip down. Well, we can, I'm on Department 22, page 12 of 23. Adams, that's 73,558, or the 3% increase. That'll be 100% of his wages if we're given that, because we're going to give Tim Lowby the rest of that. So otherwise I don't,
So Adam goes from 73,538, he stays there, minus 1,900?
No, because that's, the 1,900 comes out of Department 40. So it's,
Okay.
so this is his conservation wage that you're seeing. So that will stay conservation.
Okay, so it says /2.6% weed commissioner in this budget.
That's just telling you that currently 97.4% is his conservation wage. And then in the other department, 2.6, that that I could change that. It's not going to change his conservation wages. He's just not going to get paid the 2.6% out of.
So you go to the 3% increase is 75,744.
Yeah.
And he doesn't
Still
have
the
anything in the other department.
Correct.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. So if you go to the next page on conservation, this, oh, I can't spell equipment. So this has, the 110,000. That's from the conversation last week. Swartrock is doing the better price on the skidster, and then the attachment for that, he didn't have the quote on that one yet. 79,000 something for the skidster, and then the attachment was around 35,000, but he said from that conversation last week, we put in 110,000 total for that. And then you see the blank green highlight below that had so originally we had $81,300 where the 110,000 was, because that was the original quote that he had when he talked to you with the budget, but since then he got the Swartrock quote, but he didn't include the 35,000 in his original budget for the attachment. But then in that green spot, the line item that's 10,300, 814, that's zero now. That's where we had the transfer of $104,000 to conservation reserve. And that's zero now, because from what he said at the meeting last week, is if he's gonna get both the skidster and the attachment, and if it meant that he doesn't get a transfer to conservation. So that's what this budget reflects now, is that. Board of Health for wages, I don't know what's gonna happen with Jeff's wages, but that is in the budget. I mean, that's got a 3% on what he's currently getting, but then the next line item is Jim, the one that has the ends in 3 in the code. So the Board of Health has approved the 12% pay increase for Jen, and that puts her from $19.64 to $22 an hour. And so this is where it gets a little difficult when you got 3 hats, she was 5 hats, now it's 3 hats that she'll be wearing starting July 1, with 911 paying 40% of that 12% increase. And this is Board of Health. She is 35% of her wages, so 35% of her wages has been approved to get a 12% increase. And 911 has approved its budget that has the 12% increase as well. Okay, so I'll keep moving down. Then you get on the next page, there's some difference in the FICA and NIPERS there with that 12% increase versus 3%. And then you're down to weed commissioner, Department 24. And this again had the same note. The conservation was 97.4% of his total salary, and this is the 2.6% of his salary. So the 1963 is a 0% increase, a 3% increase is 2022. So I guess I'm looking at that one thinking you almost have to do the 3% because although he's not a bargaining unit, they foremen get the same increase as the secondary roads bargaining employees, or we just change the percentage if you're not.
So Tim Lobby started 2022, $2,022. Last year it was 1,900 for
1963.
1963 for Adam.
0% increase. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and that will start now. Starting today.
1963.
Yeah.
Right. The new budget starts on July 1st. So he gets paid 2022
After July 1st.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. But I suppose if you didn't want to give the increase, the percentage would just, and I have to look at what his wages even, but it would be it's gonna be a different percent anyway. That would be the only thing you could do is, if you weren't gonna give the 1963, this department would get a 3% increase. It'd be the 1963, its percentage would just change.
You know, that 3% is a small number, so. Over the scheme of things, really. Okay, I was just curious.
Yep. So this does include the 3% increase for the library. Oh, wait, I see a 17,000. Public defender is one that I had in my notes. I had 20,000 budgeted for this next year, and just because of where the numbers were going when I was looking at the reports at that time, but I've dropped it down to 17 from what I had in the original, not the previous fiscal year, but from where we were on target for this. So it was a total budget of 57,000, and I dropped it to 17,000 on that one line item, so it's a $54,000 budget. And that's the one that we had no control over. One of the many that we had no control. Okay, so then, again, the library's just having a note there that that's got a 3% increase. I'm not sure how you feel about all that, but I haven't heard what. So the cities that levied the 27 cents per thousand, that was a voted levy for cities to give libraries 27 cents per thousand of their capita, or their tax rate. Those cities that 27 cents of library levy went away in their next year's budget. So I would kind of hate for the library not to get an increase, because unless those cities find how they're gonna fund the libraries out of their general fund, the libraries could be hurting.
I agree with that.
I hope the 3% would be allowed for them. Okay, so then go down to page 17. That one, I've got Karen in there at 1950 hours. Jacob had her, what he had was 2,025 hours. I keep forgetting to ask him if there's some reason that he does that. And then the health insurance line item, I don't know, he's got it $30 higher than what the actual rate is, but it's $30. It wasn't worth messing with. We're gonna have, that rate's gonna change anyway after we figure out what our health insurance rates are. General services, that in line item is increased, and that's for I mentioned to you that Norris Springs volunteer ambulance service increased from what they were 4,200 and something to 6,000 and something that they're asking for. So that's why that number is Green Volunteer Ambulance and Norris Springs Volunteer Ambulance. And I have actually, I think I did print something I had my staff written down. I've got the agency funding request also. That I'll provide to you. Then I've got highlighted, Jim, did you hear anything from foster grandparents?
I haven't.
Okay, I've gotten they're in there for 2,500, but I have not received any request from them. And with a different director, she may not know that she needs to request them. I do have that 3,500 is the museum and Healthy Harvest. I believe the museum was 2,000, Healthy Harvest was 1,500.
Yeah, lady was here with Healthy Harvest, right?
Both the museum person was here and the Healthy Harvest person was here.
Neither of those received funding last year,
Correct.
or a couple, 3 years.
Several years probably.
Yeah.
And then if you go to page 20, just one of the next pay increases is IT director. He's asked for 70,000. Just before I get too deep here, I want to pull this up for my staff to bring down.
That's almost a 12% increase, right?
Did I put that one on there? I just have to put it in my staff for the. Nice that I can talk upstairs now.
Where you at, Glenn?
I just finished IT, I'm just telling my staff to bring these papers down and they just sent them there. I think we're probably getting to dispatch, it's probably the next one. All right, so. Yeah, okay, oh, then, Bernie is waiting to get a quote on cyber security insurance that, well, actually, cybersecurity insurance will go on Department 51. But he said that there's some new camera requirements, that might require, cybersecurity upgrades. that he's looking
Camera?
into. I think he said cameras. He was gonna talk to you guys about it. I don't know if he sent you an email or anything. He was gonna visit with you. And then here's your zoning department. Again, that's got Jeff and Jen in there. With a 3% option in there on Jeff and then the 12% on Jen, and zoning is 25% of her.
The contract that they're gonna send us to consider has a hourly rate of $60 an hour to provide services for zoning and like a zoning administrator. Now, it's not like they're going to set up and review and act as your zoning administrator. In other words, they're not going to conduct meetings, that sort of thing, but they'll advise you on things. For instance, the communications tower. They'll advise you on processes, that sort of thing. They're currently doing it for Sarasota County, and they're getting out of that for Sarasota County, so there's a possibility. When I was visiting with Myrtle Nelson, the executive director, there's also a possibility. Sarasota County's had their planning and zoning administrator position out for a long time. They don't have one. It's currently being taken over by a person in their HR department and their assistant administrator. They're not having any luck with filling that position. There's a possibility that we might be able to work with another county to fill up a zoning director. It's certainly not a full-time position for Floyd County. And so that's just the general discussion I had with Myrtle Nelson. But they will be sending us this contract because, in fact, March 29th, we'll have an administrator. So I think we're very well covered with John Robbins on the updating the ordinance, but, on occasion, they do something else down there. Not very often. You look at the meetings of the Board of Review and the Planning and Zoning Commission, they don't meet very often.
You mean Board of Adjustments?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right, excuse me,
And zoning.
yeah,
zoning and Board of Adjustments.
yeah, so these are all possibilities, just something to weigh in, but I thought, well, we better have something in place. And, so when we'll be talking next week with the Board of Health, when Dr. Kapler is gonna come here, we're gonna have her early in the morning, and she's gonna come and we'll talk about the sanitary and environmental health specialist side of Jeff Sherman's job description. How that fits into this, so. Gotta kind of start planning for something.
And the Board of Health side of things is probably easier than reciprocating services from other counties. Only might be a little harder to reciprocate services from other counties. I mean, that, yeah,
Yeah.
like Mindy has come over to do
Yeah.
septic or water or whatever. Okay.
I don't know what that's gonna do with that salary, I don't know where that goes, but.
And then I jumped to page 22. And that's where I did make changes here from a conversation that I had with John. And he was originally at a base of $30 an hour for his dispatchers. Oh, I should have had his, no, I didn't change it. His thoughts are that they would have a $28 base rate. And then currently they get 18 cents an hour more for second shift. Second shift differentials, and 20 cents an hour for, so 28.18 for first shift and 28.20 for second shift. And I've got the employees that are, the way it works, they end up having some shifts where they overlap first and second, but whatever shift is their highest premium, they get paid that amount for that entire shift. And so currently there's 3 people that are paid at, 2 people that are paid at second shift premium and 3 people that are paid at third shift premium. And nobody at the base rate. And so these new numbers reflect, instead of $30 an hour, they reflect the 28 plus premium rates. But I did notice that in the fiscal year 24, maybe it's just where some of the employees were at, but it was the original, you can see for fiscal year 24 was 278,845. And I recalculated where we're at. And so I did lower those numbers because we aren't at that 278,000 number, we're at the $256,000 number. So that, and all that does is that changes your re-estimated numbers, what you think you're actually going to end up with at the end of the fiscal year. So that's changes that up. And so the difference between the 3% and the
What's that?
A battery, I didn't bring my charging one this time. Is that 28,000 number that you see there's the difference between 3% and $28.
So does he have 3 dispatchers besides himself, John?
5.
Oh, 5.
2 on second shift, 3 on third shift.
There's no subsidy from the city or any other,
There is not.
I mean,
And
because
that
we
was one of the
dispatch for them,
things-
don't we?
We do. We're all the cities.
Fire departments,
And that was one of the things when it used to be that the city did the service, didn't charge anything. The police chief oversaw dispatch. There was an in-kind part to it. And their police officers could, step in and work dispatch for, break time or something like that, or whatever, something, a dispatcher, an overlap, maybe that they needed to cover a shift, they didn't have an overlap on. But then they don't have that anymore. But no, and the intent was that the county wasn't going to charge the cities for dispatch. We don't charge, never have charged North Springs for dispatch or any other. We used to get, AMR used to pay for dispatch services. We don't charge them for dispatch services either. That's part of that contract that's been negotiated. They don't get charged for dispatch, they don't get charged for housing equipment, but they used to pay for all of that. And now it's in the contract that they don't. It's kind of a double hit on that contract. We used to get money from them, and they used to pay, AMR used to pay for firemen to take vehicles out. Now that's, I don't believe they're getting that anymore with the contract. So, when you look at it, it's gone from, 100,000 to 200,000 plus. It's actually more than that when you think of the lost revenue where dispatch used to be around.
Can I ask a question, Chair?
Sure.
When the dispatch was at City Hall, did the county help pay their salary, John's salary?
County paid all of it.
County paid all?
Yeah, they were like the fiscal agent. They did all the hiring, all the payroll, paid all the bills, and then when it came here, we do all that. Yeah. But they would bill us once a month for their costs, and then we'd pay once a month and pay for our services. It was kind of interesting at the communications meeting the other night that Randy Heights, by the way, is no longer, he's gonna resign as of after the May meeting.
Yeah.
Who is?
Randy Heights, he's the two people from City of Charles City and the two people from the county get to do that appointment of that third person.
He's chair of the advisory committee.
He's the communications board. So he's gone out of that one, but he did mention that.
Isn't Keith Starr chair of the communications and Randy was chair of the advisory?
The first meeting was communications, and
I think it was
Randy led that one. Keith ran the 911. Randy left.
Yeah.
That on 911.
Mother-in-law. Yep, anyway, Randy's gonna retire.
Yeah, resigning from that, and, but, he had said that he wondered what the purpose was to have that advisory board.
I brought that up at one of the previous meetings, why they were both of them, and they talked about it, but they didn't make any changes.
Yeah, that was when that all came over from, the dispatch came over here, that was one of the things the city wanted to stay in, and that they don't get to vote so much on other than recommendations. That's why I mentioned the budget topic, because they technically are the ones who can recommend a budget to the board and to you guys. And it's all set by you, so you don't have to take their recommendation. That's why I wondered, that's why I questioned that about, do they want to change their meeting times to make those recommendations to the board of supervisors. Okay, so yeah, that's the largest change there is that $28,910 plus the extra overtime line item for dispatch. Okay, so then, let's see, at the very bottom of the page, I should have changed my pages so those showed up a little different, but you can see that the general fund total on the bottom of page 22, 0% budget, general basic fund pays $6,756,635.
Okay, I'm reading that, trying to get to it. I don't see a 6 million.
Very bottom of the of the,
Well,
yeah, you got it, right there,
here.
right there, yeah.
Oh, okay, so the, okay, so the, all right,
Yeah, I should have
all right.
checked how it was printed out. And then the 3% increase bumps it up about 150,000, or excuse me, 150,000. And then all the other increases are $59,629 above the 3%. But it became half of that being dispatch. The next page shows supplemental. Supplemental budget, 1.955 million. Oh, the 3% is down because of, oh no, that's up, sorry, that's up $40,000. Like, so 1,992,959. And then 14,503, that's basically the FICA and IVERS that's causing that to go up on this, because of the supplemental side. Rural services, you can see the change there from 0% to 3%. And then the $1,008 additional is the only one that's on that one would be Jen and Solomon services positions with zoning. Bottom of that the last page on there, just shows the fund changes due to wage increases. That's actually just what I said, the 150,000, I said 150,000, but it's 153,000 on general fund. Wages to go from 0 to 3%, a total increase from 0 to all of the increases, the extra increases as well is $212,000. And you can see that for supplemental and rural services also. So then you have another page. Got these 2 pages that I handed out. Yeah.
Okay, that's in the first one attachment, right?
From the email,
Oh, yeah,
that'd be the third one.
okay, it's which one?
Third one is this one. And that, again, that is just showing you where your fund balances are. We'll start with general fund. General fund, we're locked at our max we can't lower our max unless we don't have supplemental. So the only way you can use supplemental is if you're at your max in general. So we can't lower general fund.
The state's doing that for us.
The state did that for us.
So we're lowering the general fund levy from 3.5 to 3.398.
Yeah.
06.
Yep. And so at 0%, you throw all those expenses in there and you're at a 31.33% carryover. You pay all the comp board rates, you're at 28.42% carryover. You do your all those additional wages, that puts you at 27.32%. So that's at your max.
And that's due because the valuations increased.
Correct.
So we got more money to levy this time, I guess. And so even though the levy rate will be lower, we'll still generate more money.
Because now your assessments.
Which was the point I was trying to make at the conference board the other day. They're raising the levy rate and they're getting more valuation to levy it against. If you're a taxpayer,
Double dipping.
that's kind of what the state's trying to prevent cities and counties from doing. And definitely are preventing them from doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's not the way that operates over there.
And so then what I did is I put the 1.808 is what we levied for this current year. So I put that number in there.
All right.
So there again, you've got your numbers. And now, we don't have our health insurance on here yet, so that's gonna change the numbers a little bit. So next meeting, we should be able to have a closer number with that health insurance part of it in here. So in looking at then, your supplemental with a 1.8 levy is a 36.37% carryover. With zero increase, 33.8%. Most of that is because of FICA and IPERS increasing, although there's a civil deputy that's in there and elections are in there in supplemental. But that's 33.8%. And then with all of the increases is 32.84. So what I want to talk about with this part is outside of knowing what that health insurance is going to do. This would be where you could consider, I would recommend you're lowering that $1.08 levy to something lower. And that potentially we'll be able to look at something like between general and supplemental, we may not have any net increase in taxes. Be where I hope to go with this. And some things that you could do is you could take some things from supplemental to put in general fund, pay out of general fund, so that your expenses are higher in general fund. So you get to that 25% carryover, not 20, if you did all those pay increases, you'd be at 27% carryover, which that doesn't hurt. But I guess I'd be looking at it more if you were looking at what we're gonna collect in taxes, that maybe we target not increasing tax rates. We should, that we target collections of taxes, not the tax rates, and that we are minimum. I'm hopeful that maybe we won't even have to, we'll be able to drop this supplemental and maybe move something from supplemental to general, if you choose to do that, but see where the tax dollars go. First,
And we didn't talk about it yet, but also programmed into our budget is the full amount, the $213,725 for AMR, plus an allotment for North Springs and Green.
they are in your budget.
That's in the budget already.
Yes.
So
If you go back to that previous sheet,
So-
the Department 51.
one of the discussions there you have on that emergency medical service council is built on the premise that the city and the county are gonna have to cut services to maintain that funding source. I mean, that's a constant theme in those PowerPoints that Patrick Lumley has put together, correct?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Doesn't reflect our current budget status. Would you agree, Carter? So when this gets presented to the public, the county is in a different situation than the city is financially. So
And I don't know what the city's situation is.
I'm not exactly sure either on that, but I don't think it can be accurately stated to the voters if it gets that far that the county will cut services in the amount because we can no longer afford that AMR of $213,725 and our North Springs volunteer ambulance and the Green volunteer ambulance. Discussion in the budget. That included in these numbers, and we're talking about lowering the tax levy. So anyway, just so what it's worth.
But we kind of have the opposite going on the rural services.
Yeah, there's a little different there.
on the rural services side, what I had originally came up with the 3.8 max that we'd have, I was thinking that we'd use based on if we were at 395, that you still could levy up to 395. So my misunderstanding of that, you have to take your current levy rate into that calculation, not the 3.95. So, and our current levy rate is rural is, hang on a second. Current levy rate, rural. Is 3.947. And but when you take that into consideration with what you can do with, because we had growth there as well, the max that we can have on rural services is $3.50, 3.52422 for rural services. So it reduced what our options were for rural services. So on this sheet, when you look at this sheet, then what you see is that our the 0% increases wouldn't. Well, I've taken out the vehicle, the sheriff's vehicle, and if you remember what that page looked like
49,
last year,
yeah.
we were below 25%, but taking the 49,000 and the upfit of that vehicle out of rural services and putting it in general is what puts you at the 27% carryover on rural services.
So that's included and included in the general.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's
under
still
this-
giving you the 31% in the general. Yeah. So.
Those carryover amounts are pretty adequate, aren't they? And
25% your target.
yeah, that's what I,
Yep.
and we're 30 and two of them, or a little over 36, 31,
Yeah, But that's
27,
where-
28.
and that's where I think we could either pay supplemental expenses out of general. Or we could, you could net these two and, not ask for more dollars. It might not show you where the 25% any fund balance here, but we can shift things to pay. So this is 25 and this is a much lower than 1.8 tax rate. Yeah, but it doesn't work that way in this one.
Rural service, yeah.
On rural services. A little more. I do have, just with you, I do have an out of balance thing in my budget for the fiscal year 24 ending numbers, but I think it's just because we have different tax codes that I need to build in my budget. But it's like the tier 2 commercial and industrial stuff and so I've just got to figure that out, but that's just not much about. That probably should make it a better even revenue. Gotta figure that out. Not much about or something.
Okay, let's focus a little bit on the salaries. And we've kind of got these columns in here, and I'd just like to have some discussion and comment on where we want to go. We kind of see how it could work and still maintain these balances. So I guess let's just go back up to the top, and just so happens we're at the top. Where you started this discussion with this sheet. This one, let's just go back to that one. So I think these things are feasible if you really want to do all those things. And as far as the question is, you'd maintain a 25% ending fund balance. Okay. That one is this?
If we're starting at the top,
Oh,
I just want to remind as
Go ahead.
well, I'm not sure what you guys are wanting from comp board for supervisors.
Yeah.
This, that you do have your 0% and your 3% in there. I just wanted to remind you that if you were to decide to freeze that, or something less than what the 3.5% that the comp board recommended, you have to take action on that 30 days before you approve the budget.
That's still in there?
Yep.
So how did that, you get to that one that you spread out again?
This one you're looking for?
Oh,
Yes. He's popped it up there for me, Brian.
FY
This is the printed one. Alright. Okay, so we've got top board recommendations of supervisors, 3.5% increase. The auditor, 6.85. The treasurer, 5.9. The county attorney, 3.5. The sheriff, 10.6. And the recorder, 5.07. I've never seen that
First time there's
unique
been a
to a
split.
group, but that's what it is.
First time there's been a split with treasurer.
Yeah, so, that's what we're at. And so our first column, 0, and the second column has these recommendations in it. Plus 3% for anyone who doesn't come under that. You know what this is. You know the columns by now. I don't need to tell you. And then the third one is what everybody else is asking on top of the 3 that aren't affected by either one.
Then outside of the board of supervisors, if you were to cut, you have to cut them equally, 5%.
Right. The one thing I just want the board to think about, we got a valuation increase this year. It was a good one that allows us to maintain those balances. Last year, don't know. You heard what Brandy had to say at the meeting. In the second year of those 2 years is usually not that much. I can't remember, but she said it didn't expect it to be that heavy. I think it's kind of dependent on us to consider that. There might be one or more, or 2 or more of us not here next year. I don't know. I kind of want to leave the county in a position where everything doesn't fall on so bad next year. And it's a shock because once it's kind of in there, then it's hard to go anyway. It's just a thought. So as far as supervisors, start there. We can reduce it. We haven't had a raise for about 3 years, and that was based on the fact that we're above the 48th rank. We're 40, what's the?
45 they went to.
Yeah, where are we at on that one?
42 comes to mind, but I can't remember for sure.
And virtually, that's what she's gonna find in there is, I think it's true for every other one, except the county attorney now kind of threw a little different curve in there because they went from full-time to part-time. It's a little harder to make that comparison, but, all the other elected officials are gonna be below in salary compared, is that correct? Is that an accurate statement? That all the others elected official salaries will be lower than our population rank?
Not all of them. I think the recorder's still gonna be up there, but the attorney's a tough one to figure, but the auditor will be below and the sheriff will be below. That's what we
Okay.
will be under. We're 50. So let's see. The auditor is 52, ranked 52, recorder's ranked 48, sheriff's ranked 53, the supervisors are ranked 42, and the treasurer's ranked 51.
And our population's 40,
48 in population.
so we're getting better. It's moving,
Yeah, we bumped
closer.
up one. I don't know who went down.
it's getting a little closer, but the supervisors are still higher than the rest, so.
Supervisors are the highest at 42, with the treasurer, or recorder, excuse me, at 48. Yeah, the auditor and the sheriff are, and the treasurer is 51. 51, 52.
Just for, if the supervisors stayed the same at whatever that rank that is and kept that salary the same, what if we decrease the compensation board recommendation by 25%?
So the sheriff would fall, the
From
sheriff
10.6
auditor, yeah, the sheriff auditor and recorder would fall farther below in the 50s. If you did that. And the recorder, she's 48 now, she would fall below as well. Maybe in her 50s.
Just thinking, do you want to give all those raises, all those percentages? It does seem like a little bit less might go to pay some of these other things that we're talking about doing that need to get done.
Don't we have to cut everybody the same as that was said?
Except for the supervisors.
Except for supervisors.
Yeah.
So,
So we have to treat people like, rural services and the sheriff, they're in a union, they're not a union or protected.
The sheriff's deputy union is based, the supervisors changed that years ago. It used to be paid based on a percentage of the sheriff's salary. They used to be their own schedule. But several years ago, they changed it to the sheriff's salary. So sheriff gets the 10% that's recommended, those deputies get the 10%.
do you actually know if it was reduced by 25%, if that would make it fall farther? Like you said, how do we know that now? Depending on what other counties are doing.
Well, I would, just knowing that some of those percentages are only, if they're already lower, but that was, I believe, Troy's recommendation, and that put them at 45, ranked 45 population, and then he buffered in 3% for growth. That, so he picked the 45th ranking, that's current year wages, and then added 3%, assuming that's probably going to be a number. I don't know if we use 3% of cost of living, which was more than 3%. But he figured in current wages. If he's just taking the current wages, next year you're going to be behind on current wages. So that's why he factored in the 45th ranked. And I think it's 3%. So I would say yes, you're going to fall farther behind.
And then we haven't even considered the increases that people are asking for that are not subject to the 3% or these software. You know, we got those going as high as 12 or 17, 16% for the dispatchers. We have to figure out somewhere. Because we're not cutting anything out of anybody's budget. We haven't asked anybody to reduce their budget, anything.
That's coming.
We're giving them everything. When's that gonna be?
Well, we're gonna meet with them all department heads again, right, before we finalize the budget or not? Can we ask them if there's room for
We're
cuts?
kind of trying to work that out now. I don't know what they're gonna tell you. There's always that way to do it. If you want to do it that way, you can say, okay, if you want to give these increases, cut that out of your budget. I don't know.
Well, I've thought about that, very thought, honest. I mean, everybody wants more money, and I certainly understand that, right? But I remember going, last year was the first year I did this, and it was at times kind of overwhelming, but whenever we asked department heads for budget cuts, they said there's no way we can do it. And one of the largest budgets items is secondary roads. And I still think there's places in that budget that can be cut, but I'm not an expert. And I know that Jacob wouldn't agree with me.
But that doesn't change your rural, general, or supplemental. That's a separate fund all by itself. You're gonna give him your transfers from rural regardless, because it's the minimum transfers that you have to give him. So whatever you cut in his budget is not gonna affect your tax dollars.
How many of the budgets came in at an increase from last year? Did they all? 'Cause I thought I remembered some of them saying, we're not changing a lot.
You'd have to look at across.
Yeah.
This sheet. But I guess, where do you think people are padding their budgets?
I'm
From the
not saying
one
that they are.
Like your guys' budget is going up, with 0% increase, yours is going up $2,000.
The bonus providers.
Yep. So where would you cut out of your own budget? And this is with adjustment. I've upped your re-estimated numbers to what's more realistic because of publication costs and notices. Because this will be the first time you're gonna send a notice out to about 8,000 notices out, letters out to taxpayers because of the budget process. So that's why your postage is going up $5,000. Where are you gonna cut out of your budget? I don't know, you could. I don't think you could.
Yeah, I'm not saying we could either, but
Well, let's go to the next budget, go to the auditor's budget. You have to look at my budget over a 2-year period because of the different election cycles. And then I'm throwing in equipment in there. And even though throwing the equipment in there from the original budget, and really, if you take that out of there, not increasing.
Your budget, we have the part-time employee, right?
Mine has the part-time person, yes, in both of them, current year and next year. But I did, those green marks on there, I lowered the dollars for this year because I know I won't have them for the whole year. So that is an adjustment in the budget as well. On the fiscal year 24 columns.
The 6 months performance increase is based on just that part-time person, or?
Yes, it's just the part-time.
Okay, so in the current column, that's the salary for this year, the 15,000 left, is that right?
That's, the original budget was the 31,065, if I would have had that person a whole year, so I just reduced it to.
So that's
just around.
the 15,000, okay.
It's actually lower than that.
Okay, so it makes
Yeah.
sense, then it gets over, then I see what you're saying, 31,065 is the
Yes.
25.
Yep.
So I guess the only thing well, it's the equipment. There you go. Yeah, I think the idea of increasing the collection workers from $10 to $12 is fine. I'm not objecting to that. And we depend on it a lot. That doesn't. I understand the answer to that. Don't want to try to balance this on somebody's making $10 on a volunteer basis. I think it's pretty important that we have them, so I'm not going there.
I got a feeling most of them election workers, will still do it for $10, but at the same time, they don't want to be taken advantage of, and they want to be recognized, compensated, I should say, properly. Yeah, or close to it.
And that's their only compensation is the $10 or $12 an hour. They don't get mileage or,
If they drive over 5 miles to get it.
what they do is go,
Yeah.
but that can't be a lot of money. I wouldn't think.
There's a mileage line item in there. 1,300
Do they all claim it even if they drive over 5 miles, do you know? Do they?
But it's not much.
Yeah.
If you have 5 miles in your, well, of course, mileage is going up.
$2.50,
Yeah. 60 cents an
Yeah.
hour
yeah.
or 60 cents an hour.
Meals, they're on their own for meals.
Well, if this column's hard, the next one's really gonna be hard. Because the next one is, there's no real rhyme or reason. People just came up with these numbers. And I know they might have things to back them up, and we've seen some of those streets, and I'm not pointing out any one particular, but they're just kind of all over.
Which one is that?
Well, the last whole column. You know, how do you do that one? If this is hard, and then the next column is the over 3% increases. Get to be quite
But
different.
I don't see some of these, just like, I'll use mine. In comparison to, you have step increases for sheriffs, you have step increases for, the secondary roads, you have step increases for, assessor, just is bumping Chris up to another, 70 to 72.5%. And even on that one, even with Caitlin, I was surprised at the assessor meeting, how much time was spent on whether Caitlin should get $22.66 or $22.75 or $23, which the effect was like $600.
At
And,
the compensation.
yeah, the conference board.
Yeah.
And it's an office that went from 4 people to 3 people, and the person is going out to job or out on the site. And I'm just surprised that there was any issue with even going to $23 an hour because of her workload, her changes, knocking on people's doors and things like that, and that got the most, spent an hour on just that one alone.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think the issue that's gonna come up there is, the assistant, deputy assessor?
Yeah.
Will, that gets implemented up to 80%, before that's over, we'll be making more elected officials. I think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, then look what's happened with conservation. Conservation director makes more than elected officials now.
So
I hate to see you cut those
That's what
elected
what we
officials.
get to. before we dive into that one, there's, um,
Yeah, I think I asked at that meeting that assistant assessor, his salary isn't dictated by state code or anything. It's just, every county can be different, probably, right?
sure.
It seemed like there was some, gentleman's handshake agreement that preceded that he was hired into, is that right? When he got so many, credentials that he secured.
I think even like the two clerks in my office, the schedule I had them on was 3 to 5 years. That had been a practice since I've been here, or before, to have those clerks at the same wages. And I relate my Jen and Lexi to the two Lisas that are clerks in the treasurer's office, and they're gonna be so far behind. And again, based on performance. They're gonna be so far behind from
You
those
talk
other clerks.
about performance, is there merit-based increases or anything?
Well, I think we all have that, you have that schedule, we get that, like I say, I had 3 to 5 years is what it provided, but I don't have to give them that, and even, think of like with Randy, she could have given, Caitlin the $24 an hour already. So, but, you do, I'm not gonna give someone an increase just because of the schedule, I'm gonna give them an increase based on the max that I can in that schedule, and their performance.
Based on merit?
But I think they probably would be needing that performance, for the most part, but if I don't think they are, I wouldn't be giving it all of it to them. I do think those clerks are from assessor's office, or Jen and recorder's office are falling behind.
So Dennis, you thought that we were gonna ask people to cut something out of their, and then we'd fund the wages with it, or what was your idea?
I thought about that, and not that it's right, but I mean, sometimes you wonder, what's more important?
Well, actually, in some cases, that's the only thing we can do. Board of Health. That's all we can. We can't set their wages. They're increasing their wages. We just tell them to cut the money out of their budget. That's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
We did it a little bit last year.
And then the one year, they got 5% wage increases and cut that difference. The board said you've got to, and conservation as well, said you've got to cut, you can either cut your wages from your 5%, like the Board of Health, for example, cut your wages from the 5% that you want to give them. The supervisors at that time gave them 1.5%, employees got 1%, and all other employees got 1.5%. And so they got 5%, everybody else got 1.5%. And they cut that difference in that value out of other line items in their budget. I think
I understand.
let me just finish this thought here once, but I think if you're telling department heads you're only going to be able to get these wages if you cut something out of your budget, you're encouraging them to pad budgets. I don't think anybody's padding their budgets. But I think you're gonna foster that idea that, well, I'm gonna put more in these line items that are non-wage line items, so that if they tell me I gotta cut, I'm gonna have a place to cut. I wanna foster that type of behavior. That's what I understand when I came here, that there was a department that they felt, two departments that they felt were padding their budgets. And I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, you would know better than I know, coming from private business, department heads would put patio budgets.
Oh, I know, when I was in the private sector, if I wanted anything, software, whatever, I'd go to the IT guy and say, I want this software, and they'd get it for me.
And county's different now, the government's different, obviously.
I know you mentioned conservation and some of their budget, but I think they feel that they are generating money, contributing to their own budget with their campsite rentals and that type of thing.
But that money goes to typically goes to their conservation reserve,
Okay,
not to wages. So, they are generating more revenue, don't disagree with that. Not every office has an opportunity to generate revenue.
no,
Yeah, my office isn't one that generates revenue, and I even thought I should switch the revenues that I am generating for fiscal agent work that I do into my budget instead of general services budget 51, because I bring in $60,000-$70,000 just for being fiscal agent for different entities, but it's still general fund dollars. Not everybody has that revenue opportunity.
yeah, I wasn't sure where their funds went to that they generated or how they used it, but I know that's one thing they react or come back with is we're making money.
Look at dispatch. Dispatch has no revenue source.
Yeah,
Nothing. And they're primarily wages. I don't know what you can cut out of dispatch other than the wages that they're asking. John is concerned on that one that that he's gonna start losing them. I mean, he was so close to losing one of his dispatchers when we only have 5 dispatchers to begin with, plus John, 6 of them total. One's gone, and that's where that overtime gets so bad and morale goes down to 2. And
I think one's nearing retirement, right?
one's coming up on retirement. And I did talk to John when we were talking about the $28. I said to you, because you had mentioned at the previous meeting about a part-time person. And he said if he can get these wages, they'll get by without a part-time person in there. But that's gonna be interesting what happens with the retirement there, and how soon they can get that filled. And people just aren't applying for jobs. We don't get much for applications for anything. I mean, when we're not competitive with Zoetis or Cambridge at all. For $22 an hour, why would you even come move?
Well, a year ago, I questioned if we were competitive with Quick Start.
Right,
You know, I don't know. We're
not much
still-
above it,
Right,
and very different. But just not even equivalent type positions, because
The difference is taxpayers are paying these salaries. Over there, consumers are paying it, right? Profits from their goods they sell.
All right, I just did another little estimation here. What if we, cut the word of compensation board's, recommendation by 20% and eliminated the supervisor's pay increase in its entirety? I'd just like to see what that would do as far as kind of an estimate. You'd end up, I know what the increases would be, but I just want to know in dollars what that might be. If it's too complicated to figure out.
you mean
don't have a spreadsheet.
where the supervisors would have the exact same budget as previous years, that would?
Yeah,
Okay,
0%.
0%
The only reason I'm
on
basing
everything.
that on that is because we're above the average.
0% raise on wages, but other expenses
Yeah.
would be what they are.
They are, yeah.
And quite honestly, I think that's respectable, when you guys are the highest, and all the other elected officials that are here Monday through Friday are below.
That's what the proposal is.
Seems fair.
I don't know the dollars, in this case, the auditor would get a 5.48% increase. treasurer would be 4.72, county attorney would be 2.8, sheriff would be 8.48, and the recorder would be 4.06.
I don't know what that trickle effect is on the sheriff's department with 11 deputies.
That would be the one that would also look at.
So you said 20%.
Yes.
So, yeah, so it cuts $2,352 out of the county attorney's budget.
Okay, I'm sorry, just go ahead. How much?
2,352 out of the county attorney.
Is this all that 510F or is everything all that stuff?
No, this is just base, this is salary, just salary.
Okay, so it'll be a little more. Okay. 2352 out of treasury.
And that puts him, just an FYI, that puts him at a 2.8% increase.
Right.
For the auditor is $4,127.21. Puts it at a 5.47%, 5.4797% increase.
Yeah.
The recorder, $3,027.93.
$3,028.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a 4.06% increase. Treasurer, $3,523.62.
3,000.
562.
Okay.
4.72% increase. Sheriff is $8,443.40.
8,440.
443.40.
443. Supervisors.
This might be that. That's not the cut. I'm sorry, Mark, that's not the cut. That's what they would get instead of the recommendation. So your cuts are, hang on, let me do it. That's what, like the attorney, for example, his increase is $2,940. That $2,342 that I gave you is what his salary would be increasing by. So
Okay.
he's $588.
Okay, well, go ahead and finish that line then. I've got them all except the board of supervisors, which is the same.
Supervisors is, their wage would increase $1,122.74. $1,123.
But that's it. That's at the recommendation. But what if we didn't do anything?
No, the recommendation is a $1,403 increase. But instead of 1,403, you get 1,122.
Okay.
So the total
Yeah, what's the
of
difference?
the cut, I'm gonna give you the total of the cut of all of those. $5,649.
$5,649, and that includes the supervisors getting what?
a cut of $280.69. Well, that one would be times 3 though.
So, okay, if the supervisor took a 0% increase, what would the difference be?
$5,368.54. So $5,369.
How much is it? 51?
$5,369.
It was
It took the
56.49 before the supervisors.
It was, but I only had one supervisor. I didn't have 3 supervisors that, I didn't have that number times 3.
So shouldn't it be higher? 56.49 or lower?
Or I gave you the cut number. Not the wage number, the increase number, the cut number. The sum of all of those, not counting the supervisors for the cut, is $5,368.54.
3?
$5,368.54. If I put the, let's see, so the supervisor, okay, wait a second, okay, so I need to put in the supervisors. If I take 1,403.43 was the increase and times that by 3, that's gonna be. Hang on a second. Times 3. Okay, so if there's no increase, I take the 1403.43 times 3. Okay, so with the supervisors not getting $1,400, taking that times 3 out of there, your total cut is $9,579. If you got 0 increase.
Right. And of that amount, 5,358 is spread amongst the auditor, the treasurer, the county attorney, sheriff, and recorder.
We're at 20% cut.
Yeah.
Yep.
20% cut. Okay.
You're at 0% cut, they're at 20%.
All right. Better wait till the for the person who's got a full year's. I'd have to get reelected to even run. I don't haven't announced that yet. But I guess the basis of that is I think it's just higher than the rest of them. Makes it easier for me to rationalize the fact that the others need to be brought up. So there's a second half to this to the idea that I wait for Dennis to get in. You gotta have an idea. That's what we're doing. We're just throwing ideas out there.
That's the best one so far.
And there you go.
Unless we didn't cut anything, then maybe that would be better. Who knows?
That gotta come to some consensus about whatever that works. And then we got that other column to figure out, which is
So
the other.
some of these are more than 3% change, or other than 3% change. What you were just doing, is that touch that?
No, that doesn't touch that. It's just the elected official salary, and there's only one elected official with a deputy. It's in the treasurer's department,
11 in the sheriff's department.
and 11 in the sheriff's department. So they're being asked to go, this proposal would, let's put it that way, this proposal would reduce their increase from 10.6 to 8.48. Because they're based off this share. So Dennis, we got this figured out.
The sheriff's with a 20% cut would be a 9.05%.
But Gloria, tell them what if it was an 80% of the comp board recommendations and the supervisors took 100% reduction, no increase at all, the total amount saved on that, the reduction in salary would be $9,579, of which $5,385 is split between the auditor, the treasurer, the county attorney, the sheriff, and the recorder. And 4,000, how much is done by the supervisors? What's the difference?
Well, I should also then, the county attorney has, his assistants are based on the
Right.
salary as well. So that would put Todd at 20% cut puts Todd at a 2.8% increase. So it put Callie and Randy at a 2.8% increase as well.
So supervisors, $4,221.
$211.
That's right. 4221. The rest of the auditor, treasurer, county attorney, sheriff, and recorder, $5,358 gets you to $9,579. It's kind of out there for some discussion.
And 9,000 would be the savings of the elected officials.
Oh, on the comp board, a reduction in the comp board of 20% with the exception of the supervisors who.
Not taking a raise or not
Right.
taking an increase.
It wouldn't be 100% decrease, it'd just be flat zero, right?
Yeah, it'd be like
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
It amounts to from their recommendation of 3.5, it amounts to 42.21. Okay, just haven't decided on anything, haven't heard a lot of comment about that, a little bit, but then the way I'm kind of proposing this, we've got $9,579 to do something in the next column.
Next column being
The next column is the above 3% because these people aren't getting 5.48 like the auditor does. They're not getting 4.72 like the treasurer does, or some of them not getting 2.8. Well, I guess they'd all be getting 3. Or 8.48. There's people in the sheriff's office that won't get 8.48 because they're not a deputy, or 4.56 in the recorder's office.
Most of the people are in that column.
Yeah, and they're in that 3% or more. So that's just a number that you could put over there, balance it out, and that group would get brought up.
Right.
So which one is the one you want to do? That's the problem. And I don't know where that number, because we've got more than $9,579 in that column, because that column gets you way up to.
See, the sheriff's department has $1,400 in, over the 3% for jailers, $1 an hour increase.
Yeah.
75,000 in that column to go clear to the bottom.
And over the 3,
Yeah,
that's what I was looking for. Is that the total?
75,132, bottom of page 22.
Well, I suppose that
That would be,
where's that one? 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
75,132.
yeah,
22 to 23.
20,
That is in communication and dispatch, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, over half of it is from one.
Yeah. So even this reduction isn't gonna get, it just towards that 75.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not even really even, it's less than 10% of it. It's not easy, because that's the goal, that's gonna be the real problem.
Mm-hmm.
The concept is, okay, but that, some of that column probably needs to be increased as well.
Other than 3%.
Yeah, I'm saying that it probably does, and, I think you have to kind of go through it individually and say which ones kind of do and which ones are the most pressing ones and which aren't. Because they're just kind of all over. We got large increases, 12% or more, and you just kind of have to figure out what you want to do.
What is, oh, never mind, I was like, I thought it said REAP, but it's, courthouse totals instead.
Oh, you brought up a good point. Departments padding their budgets are not padding them, but a year or two ago, Gail gave her employees a pay raise that was over and above what was recommended. She did it for cuts in the budget, right?
You don't have control over that budget though,
I know, but
per board. This has been a conversation from Mark when you were here before about, we would always look at the history of revenues and expenses, and that net is what you're going to taxpayers for, and you could look at her numbers and see that they were, there's always way estimated revenues, way underestimated revenues, or overestimated expenditures. But that board approved that budget. So all you can do is a bottom line reduction. Same with conservation. All you can do is bottom line reduction. Unlike elected officials, where you get to do this comp board process and you get to set the wages of all the clerks and assistants.
Last year, the conservation board got a very sizable increase in wages. It was
18%.
Yeah, and you know, and they can do that. Remember, you can remember that discussion. And they took it out of the REAP fund.
but it's still taxpayer money.
REAP is a little different.
REAP is,
But
What does
it's-
REAP stand
Resource Enhancement Assistance Program.
REAP, that's a good way to kill a program, is to take the salary increase out of a REAP program. That's the way I thought when they did that last year, but that's the way
Well,
it's
they
done.
didn't directly do the salaries. They did expenses out of.
So today we approved what will amount to, what, $6,500 or more for the flooring and then out of our fund. So what, you know, could that have been out of, I heard the argument that it, you know, that's a legitimate ARPA fund, but
And then they've changed the rules on that you could put anything towards
Yeah.
ARPA if you had over $10 million, if your grant was less than $10 million, so.
you know, the Board of Health approved salary increases for the administrator and the current staff to, and somehow they're just going to absorb those programs when they lost the nurse. So they just approved that.
put a little more work on the ones that were left.
So,
Yeah, but now they're applying for a part-time person.
Yeah.
That's posted out right now and in the paper.
well, I thought they were gonna have the,
No, the board approved that they can hire a part-time person. There's a part-time person out there.
maybe we already got their lack of that. I thought that was, there wasn't gonna be any hiring, that was just going to be, that they were just gonna absorb that. Did that get discussed at the last meeting?
Yeah.
That they're gonna,
At their meeting, you mean?
yeah,
So is,
none of this is easy to do.
Dr. Capper gonna be at our next board meeting?
Yeah.
Next week?
Yep.
And that's here, that's not at the Falls Park, that's
Right. Yeah, she's gonna be here in the morning. So we're kind of kicking that around. So far, discussion is $9,579. And, but we still have the third column that is a $75,000 increase. So we've also added to the discussion of cutting the Board of Health for X number of dollars with the Conservation Department. That's all we, or you brought up asking department heads to reduce that expenditure. So that's where we're at. Or just approve them all, you know, you can do that. You know, for somebody who might be just leaving, who knows, there might be more than one or two or three of us. That might be an easy thing to do, just approve it all. We'll still have 25% in the end, the unfunded balance, and
Get everybody up.
good luck.
Thanks, Mark.
I'll make a motion.
But, just saying, maybe a little bit along the way might help
A
you.
little bit further.
Oh, is there?
Can I just throw something else out?
Oh, sure.
I'm just looking at, it's not much difference, but if to give the county attorney's office, because the cut you're talking about puts them under the 3%. If you did.
Well, it only puts the two people, right? I mean, the only two in their office are the county attorney and
Tom,
Randall.
Randy and Callie.
Callie in that too?
Callie's based on a percentage of, she's a assistant county attorney. Although she's not an attorney,
Right.
but she's in the budget as an assistant county
Well, maybe.
attorney.
So they get to 2.8.
What's that?
That would be, they'd have 2.8, so.
2.8, yeah, and I just threw out a number, and it's an odd one to cut, but if you cut 14.3%, that would give them a 3% increase that most other employees are getting.
Do you want to spend a little time, take a little break? You want to spend a little time talking about that last column then? Because we still gotta do that one.
I'd be okay with a little break.
Sure.
And
I'll do that.
I do have the funding request
Yeah.
here too, if you want to look at those funding requests.
Oh, yeah, and there's maybe something out of there we can do something with. Okay, what would you like?
15 minutes or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fine. I took my break earlier.
I gotta take one too.
Is there vending machines in the,
Oh,
there used to be.
there is, in the break room,
Yeah.
I mean, there's the pop vending machines in the atrium, but in the break room, there's that back counter that has
I will check it.
some snacks. Okay, so we have to 10 minutes?
12:15, how about 1:15? We reconvene, okay?
That's fine, 5 minutes.
Okay. Board is in recess, we'll reconvene at 1:15 PM. Thank you.
I'll go grab my cord, so you don't run around there.
Yeah. You got a ways to go.
Hey, Joe, how are you doing? Good. We're in recess now.
Oh, you are?
Yes. This is our lunch break, I guess.
Snack bar.
Need a apple or cootie?
Pretty healthy, yeah.
Excuse me.
Good.
Mine, I would have to change the plug, same thing, isn't it? There's some fruit here, if you want some fruit.
I would love to, thank you.
Sit on my desk, so I don't know how, it's cold right now, but,
Put it in that room, get cold.
yeah.
Thank you, Lauren. So the conference calling line never was turned off. So the board of supervisors are reconvening our meeting. It's 1:15 PM. We were talking about salaries and possible consideration for developing our salaries for this year 25. You have anything, you hand out something there for you or not?
Not about salaries, but I would like to just mention something. Just checked on what Troy Yeager had proposed, and he was going at the 42 ranked position and 3.5% on top of that. So current year, whatever the 45th ranked position was, and then 3.5% on top of that to account for what an increase might be for fiscal year 25.
Okay. Thank you. Should we try to tackle the third column and have some discussion about that? Or did we discussed a possible idea with this 80% idea? And then, did we decide anything about any reductions in, just asking, either Board of Health or Conservation Board to reduce their expenditures and let them figure it out? We come to any decisions about that?
I don't think we made a decision, we talked about it, but,
Okay, so it's out there. So it has a possibility and we'll just continue to move on. So then let's move on to try to be constructive as we can here and move on to this third column.
so Conservation Board is number 22.
Okay, we want to start there?
Well, yeah, let's look at it.
All right. Okay.
So they have the outlier of the equipment, but then they took the zero, take the zero for a transfer.
So other than that, all their employees are plugged in at 3%, right? Did they ask for any more?
No, because they did that last year.
Yeah.
Or for current year.
So their budget is roughly 600 19,711 this year, right?
Yes.
Fiscal year 24.
What page are you on?
13,
13.
Six.
at the bottom of it is page 13. The totals are on page
Okay,
13.
13 and 23.
Yes. So you just referenced the fiscal year 24 number of 619,700.
So somewhere in there, there's $14,000 increase from, it went from 619,711 to 633,219. So somewhere in this stuff, there's that, right? Without getting into all the minutia. But they're taking their equipment offset out of their, transfer to their revenue, the whole amount, right?
I took it all out.
Okay.
I think it was 104,500 or something like that.
And Adams, you told us he's able to pay for that equipment from his budget. He's not asking for any
That's because
additional
we
money.
took the transfer out.
Yeah, the transfer out, yeah.
So we did get the $1,945 from the salary out of there. Was that included? That isn't included in, that's still included in the 633,219, correct?
Then that's 0% increase for salaries in that number, yes.
Okay, so, the 641, 695,
3%.
that's got through, but it includes his salary for the weed commissioner.
No, that's a different budget.
Okay, that
That's
comes,
budget
okay,
24.
I get confused, sorry.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Okay. All right. So if you're going to ask for conservation department, we're talking about that one now. There's a difference of how much money then? 641, 695.
And, 19,000, no,
Difference coming from where?
The difference between the 0%
Oh,
and the 3% increase. You
so it'd
take-
be 641 minus 633?
Yep.
yeah,
So
Or do you want the 619? Take it minus the 619.
just 619 this
the,
year.
yeah, right. Correct.
Yeah, it's
21,984 from 641 less 619,000.
So
21,000, okay.
So we're discussing, asking the conservation board to reduce their budget by the difference between,
Do you want to do it from the just the 3%? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I-
Just
yeah.
the 3%?
correct.
Well, it wouldn't be that much. Be 641 minus 633, right?
about $8,000.
$8,476.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we are. Okay, that would be, if for talking points, that's number again is how much?
8,476.
8,476, conservation. Okay. Okay. Want to go to the board of health, Dennis?
Number are they?
39.
What'd you say?
39.
Thank you.
Board of Health is 23, isn't it?
Public health.
Public
Oh,
health.
public
is
health,
39.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, to get there when you got it.
17, page 17, 23.
Okay. There it is.
That difference with wages, like a night versus 21,209.
And we're talking about $1,166,975.
She's down because of the person she cut,
We'd use the first column, right?
the nurse. So if you did like you did with conservation, you did the 1,140 down to 1,119. That's 21,209.
Okay, and that'll be good.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah, 1,140
right,
minus the 1,119
right.
is 21,209.
209.
What is the amount that they were proposing for a part-time person?
I do not know. Oh, no, I just saw it posted a week or two ago. I don't know.
That's be an hourly rate on that, probably.
Yeah.
Part-time.
29 hours a week or less. She's got 25,817 budgeted. Part-time position.
So that would eat up the difference. Or
25 something for part-time?
I have part-time in there, so I don't know. That's the line item is 25. She has 26,872 in there for the current year, but she's only paid 1,000. I'm guessing that's the position.
How much?
She has on her, you look at the line item for on page 16, you, in the line item that has the 101,39,4 on the end for the code, is 25,877. That's the line item I think she's maybe putting this person in. In fiscal year 24, it was 26,872. And this, but if you look in the used column, there was only $2,059
Right.
used. So I think that's probably the line item where it's built in. And so with that said, I think it's gonna be a very easy cut.
Yeah.
Over fiscal year 24, because just in fiscal year 24, she could cut her 20,000 right out of there.
Which line is that again? Where,
See the 26,872, 26,000 in fiscal year 24 column?
okay, we're on page 16.
16, about halfway, there's a bunch of zeros across there, and then it's second set of zeros right below that on the right-hand column with the fiscal year 24.
Okay,
You see that so the 26,872 is
Yep.
what's budgeted, but
Yep.
only 2,059 has been spent.
yeah,
So that'll be, she'll cut
Yeah.
that out of there. But this thing, it's not really even a cut because it's not gonna have.
great.
so we can add that.
So we could,
I think it could be cut on that. When she hires the person, she's
Or
gonna
20,000 easily.
depending when she gets somebody hired. And I have some expenses out of there, but I don't know, we're just talking per week. I guess I would say with the numbers as they are, cutting $21,209 probably isn't gonna be very much.
Yeah, it doesn't seem,
Especially if she said how she can pick up the ARPA stuff for the boring under the ground. She's got a line item somewhere where she can cut that this fiscal year with Mid-American.
is that in the budget?
But she said if her ARPA dollars couldn't cover it, she could pay the cover it.
Right.
in the budget.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That'd be $7,000 or $8,000 probably before it's done.
Mm-hmm.
So it,
But it's coming out of ARPA. 'Cause
Yeah,
it was voted-
no,
But if she said she
If
could,
she's got it in here somewhere,
yeah.
who knows? Okay.
so the way we started figuring out was the one column versus the other column, that we came up with 21,209. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be a big ask. Just based on the,
Trying to get to the 75, right?
yeah,
And so we started with 8,000 from some, what was it? You wrote it down.
98, board, 95.79.
Yeah. And then, we added, another 20, right?
21,209 for the first two columns on public health.
Yeah.
But now there's some other questions in there.
This one, the potential new hire.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And as far as that goes, I don't think Adam's gonna have a hard time cutting out of his because he went from Tyler's salary to Spencer's salary wage this year.
Yeah.
I don't think none of us probably cutting $8,000.
It is, 21,209, should we ask her about that, or is that the most, or we're just basing on those two columns, but was she gonna take what we took out of ARPA this morning out of her budget somewhere? It's not in there.
But she said if the ARPA funds wouldn't pay for it.
She could do it.
Figure out how to do it. That's what, she's not gonna have a problem. She can do that. She could cut out of that wage line item for this year and reduce it in.
So is the difference 21,209 a good number to go with, or should it be increased?
I think it's a good number to go with. But are you looking for what the increases are in the comp board recommendation and what you're looking at cutting? Is that what you were getting at?
I thought what we were trying to do is get to the, over 3%, 75. Right? Isn't that where you
That's
were?
kind of
That's 75,000.
the idea was to work a way towards that and then apply those cuts to that,
Mhm.
thinking that there's going to be some increases
So you
in
could-
that third column somewhere.
So you're gonna increase
and-
dispatch, for example.
Haven't figured out where that is yet, but that's it, that was the idea.
We're gathering some numbers that are getting closer than I thought we would, quicker than I thought we would.
Yeah, we're getting halfway.
That's what I always say.
No
Most
adding
people
numbers,
would
yeah.
give us
Yeah.
their re-estimated numbers, like, look at mine, I re-estimated my numbers for my 2 clerks and my part-time person. I've always asked if you could re-estimate those numbers, then we have a truer picture of what our general fund balance is, because we end up with having so much carryover money in the general fund and what's we budget for. Only this time we have the carryover in our fund without doing that. But I don't think she'd have, between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23, I don't think Adam or her will have a problem, but pulling those numbers out. So if you're looking at it, is you've got 21,209 out of her, and you've got 80, this number, I can tell you right now, Adam can take his out of a line item for that Tyler and Spencer have paid for. Theirs is $8,000. You can take out of there, no problem.
Mhm.
But you want to come up with 70,
Close to that.
Yeah,
Somewhere.
And then we might have to reduce some of those asks a little bit. We haven't
75,
even got to that,
132
you
is that
know,
number.
because some of those are the 10%, 12%.
75,132. That's all department totals in the column of the 3% and above ask.
is that all funds then, or just was that one? fund?
Well, that's the bottom, that's the bottom page of page 22.
22 is when
It says all department totals is where I was reading that number.
So I've got 39,264. 95,79 from comp board. 84,76 from conservation department. 21,209 from public health is 39,264. Okay, let's do something easy first. Um,
35,000 away.
yeah, museum and Healthy Hearts, $3,500. Neither of them got a allotment last year. Are we gonna, I thought foster grandparents is a pretty established program. We're going to get a request for it, right? I mean,
I just sent
them
him an
around.
email to just now again,
I mean-
but maybe it was,
Kinda gotta know if that's,
I sent it to Jennifer Lance, isn't that the,
That's the new director.
oh, give her a little time to respond to that, I guess. Did they get 2,500 usually?
It's varied over the years.
Which one is that?
Sometimes they haven't gotten anything.
Foster
Oh,
grandparents.
foster parent. School doesn't kick anything for them to help out.
Don't know.
Oh, I would bet they probably do. Because that's where they're doing a lot of, that's what. That's where people are going. So, in fiscal year 22, we did, let's see, fiscal year 23, they requested 5,000, we gave them 2,500. Fiscal year 24, we're budgeted for 2,500. Fiscal year 21, we gave them 1,000. Fiscal year 22, we gave them 2,500. And same back 21 and 20. Fiscal year 19, we gave them 3,200. And then I go back to the fiscal year 2,500 back to fiscal year 15. Fiscal year 14 is as far back I go, and we did 1,000 fiscal year.
you just wanna leave it in there for a while till we find
I
something out.
suppose we give her a chance to
All right.
respond to an email
That
again.
sounds fair.
Yeah,
So if you want to look at those agency requests, I've got.
Libraries, the libraries are getting almost 100,000, aren't they? 96,000, I think.
seems like they get a lot.
Yeah. Is Red's new one open yet?
2 weeks ago I went by and it didn't look like it was even close,
Okay.
so. I don't travel that street too often.
Yeah.
So I handed you this out if you want to look at your funded agency. Mark, yours is right there, I think.
Yep.
And so first column is what's in the budget for fiscal year 25. Fiscal year 25 request has the two highlighted that I don't know for sure, which we haven't gotten the request, and so the green volunteer ambulance and foster grandparents. But at the meeting last Thursday night, was it Dave or somebody mentioned that Green was gonna figure out their expenses as well,
Yeah,
for EMS though, anyway. And that's, Dave's notice was because of EMS, they've gone to request their uh, 800, or excuse me, 9,000, we're half of them or something like
with
that.
North Springs, yeah. Well, we've got down here, they're getting 6,200.
Yeah, so I think they were double that, I think they were 12,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12,000, but getting the rest from 3 townships and the city of North Springs and city of Pride. So we would be getting another 6,000.
Elder Bridge, aging, agency on aging. Last year they got a budget of 13,820.
We just funded them what they've requested, and their money goes a long ways. Like
They deserve,
Rockford Senior Center, here, the senior center here, meals for.
we don't have a
Gail
senior
gets-
center anymore.
Well, I don't know if they're not gonna be doing meals anymore, then they might have, that might have been a downplay, they might not be able to anymore. But Gail gets money through Healthy Harvest, or through, Elder Bridge for their, the meals that they can provide to people as well.
Okay, no, I'm not
It
questioning
stretches-
this,
It stretches a
Purpose.
long ways.
but, okay.
I mean, it's entirely up to you. My 19 years, we've never not funded what Elder Bridge.
Okay. Emergency management. 24, they budgeted 62,000.
So the extra 12,000 was for the tables and chairs. So now, because they bought all those tables and chairs
Oh, in the EOC?
in the EOC,
Oh, okay,
and so now they don't own it all now. We paid for about half of those chairs,
okay.
tables. When, you haven't done that transfer yet. That's the intent. And I don't think you want to strip him from his budget either.
No.
Jason.
How about the ones we haven't funded before for a couple of years? The 2,000 to the Floyd County Museum and 1,500 to Healthy Harvest.
The harvest was a tough one from the previous board, that they didn't know they were really getting much out of the service, but
Well, the Historical Society is at the museum. They have a way of generating income, right? I mean, they sell stuff, prints and books, and they charge a little bit to go and look around.
Yeah,
So,
They were doing a process of 2,000 was for
some second phase of the project.
second phase of doing something.
digitizing records maybe or something.
owner's manuals or something,
Yeah,
yeah.
And I spoke in favor of the Healthy Harvest, $1,500 and spoke about that. But I have not found anybody in the Mennonite community who wants to do that. I did talk to the one person I know up there very well, who wasn't.
oh, to provide,
You remember that was the deal that they were providing vegetables for summer programs because they had a possibility to work with that and team up with that. But the person I talked to up there in that community that I know wasn't excited about getting into a government program regarding providing foods. They just like what they do.
Yeah.
which is sell at their
Mark.
marketplace.
I think it's interesting because the same day that they have that down there, just down in the corner over here in the Rose Garden, we have the fruit, the vegetables and fruit that are donated by just local people and give those away. And I just thought, what a how it seems like it.
Such a contrast.
Well, I mean, they're trying to sell stuff at farmers market, it's dwindling so much. And here they're giving away free, they're giving away free food there. I think it's kind of in conjunction with the food pantry, because it's right there by the food pantry. But I just always think on farmers market day, it's almost too bad that they do it the same day as farmers market. Why would you go to farmers market when you get the free
Get it
stuff
free down the road.
and no questions asked or anything?
That would bring it to 42,764.
If we eliminated, the museum and Healthy Harvest,
Yeah.
3,500. That will get us to what number?
42,764.
Somebody refresh me what Main Street Trail City is.
That's Mark Wick was here visiting about that and
Okay.
did an agreement with them last year to fund them. The amount is up to you, but I have to look at that agreement, but it supports Main Street programs and
Okay.
grants and stuff like that. That was a program that during COVID, whatever type of 501c, whatever they weren't eligible for funds, like a lot of other nonprofits were. I don't remember what that classification difference was, but heard a little bit of that.
Floyd County Library Association there. West is 96,000. They got 93,000 last year.
That's one that I mentioned that they potentially are losing money with their 27-cent levy that some of the cities have for them, like, City of Rockford has a 27-cent levy. Charles City has a 20-cent levy. I think Powell might have the 7-cent levy that they give to Charles City Library. I don't think it passed in Floyd, but I can't remember for sure. North Springs, City of North Springs has a 27-cent levy. I don't know.
I don't know if they're gonna get rid of it or not. I don't know what Chelsea's gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, the levy, they don't have the 27 cents anymore starting
We'll have
next
to
year.
assume that.
Will they absorb it in their general fund somehow? And maybe with increased values, if their jurisdictions got those values, they will be able to.
Are libraries as busy as they once were with the dawn of the internet that we've had for 10 or 20 years?
There's a certain need for some families to have the library.
I don't know. I'm not trying to tear them down. I'm just trying to figure it out in my head because I didn't use the library much. In this country, you know. I still don't today.
Well, I think technology has had some effect on libraries, but I think they still, if they don't play a role, should in youngsters and even adults, I think need to have an access to printed material.
Okay.
But I mean, that's my own personal opinion.
I've just never been a person that used the library, so.
And they got a 3% last time.
It was frozen last time.
Oh.
Yes, they got an increase from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23, but not 23 to 24. I think it was a 1 or 2% increase.
They're asking for a little increase this year, right?
They're asking for 3, yeah. The increase is 2800 bucks.
Well, maybe in light of the cost that the city might have to make, 3% increase there is justified.
I would go along with that, I think. And maybe the libraries are obsolete anymore.
A little surprised they built one in Rudd, but, they had funding somewhere to get that. So.
Well, is there anything else?
What's that $3,500 at the very bottom?
That's the 2 that are shaded. That's just one line item. It's
Oh.
just, I probably wouldn't have had to print. That's just so I know what to put in that one line item.
So we're 42,000 on our way to 75, right?
I think we might be able to fall a little short of that, because I'm not so sure that we're just gonna go all the way to the 75, all that whole column. I think we need to discuss that, but, I think, if there's some general agreement on that, I think that's, then the idea is to apply that towards the salary. It's not like we're
3%.
Yeah.
And
somewhere,
these people up where
to
they,
get that group up.
yeah,
That's different, that's the idea.
I agree.
Yep.
There's a handful.
So shall we work on that for a while and see where that gets us?
I think so.
I think so.
All right, this stuff is not ever easy, but we gotta get there, so, I think we're getting some consensus here. Well, let's look at those. All right. Where is there a column, or how do we start that?
Did you count the other wages?
Yeah, just the way, that thing, where do we, is there a separate one? Or we just go back to the same one we're on?
Go back to that same spreadsheet.
Okay,
And, so then your first one would be auditors. $2 increases. Is that what you're talking about? Looking at all those other big increases. I got $2 for Lexi out of supplemental, and I got $2 an hour increase for Jen out of. Lexi's out of general, Jen is out of supplemental. And the precinct election officials.
and so there, is that 9.3, is that the total, including the 3 or what?
The 9.09?
Yeah. What's that one?
The 9.09 is what the increase would be from $22 an hour to $24 an hour.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So the 3% would be 2266, which you see in that 47,000 number.
Jennifer Lance, if you just got that from me.
Maybe, I don't know. We always start with A. Maybe that will be the harder one. How about we start with, on the other end, and we start with, we'll get there. But how about the ones that is the real big increases that we want to address, which are the dispatch and that.
Okay, what number are they?
Let's kind of start.
65.
All right.
I wonder if one of you got that letter from the
Foster grandparents.
foster grandparents.
I don't know.
No, I saw it.
Anyway, she said she applied and I
Okay.
just sent it to Gloria.
3,000 is what she was asking.
Yeah,
I said Barbara, lady from Rockford,
no,
No.
Jennifer Lance's foster grandparents.
foster grandparents. Okay.
I've never seen anything from Barbara for the Rockford.
Yeah, she called a couple times.
Barb, Brown,
Brown.
yeah,
I invited her to come to one of our meetings.
I also did.
I don't think she ever did.
So,
So anyway, that request was 3,000.
So we're looking for Department 65.
Yes.
Dispatch. Page 22 or 23.
I know John is very concerned of losing dispatchers. I know there's been situations in the past where, like with conservation, where they've done the increases over 2 or 3 years or something like that. John would be up to that.
So we've got 2 people at second shift or 3 people at second shift?
Second shift has 2 people, third shift has 3 people.
And they're at 24.30 and 24.32.
Yes.
And
And
taken to $28.
2018 and 2020.
that's an increase of 16%. And so, how about John and what is he?
John, as he had said that if currently he's at, he makes, he's a salary, but if you put him at an hourly rate, his hourly rate is $5.25 over what the dispatchers make. I put him at the $5 over the 28-hour number, so that puts him
66,000
at 69,056. Yeah, it's 2,080 hours. So yeah, that puts him at, I just did the $5 over the 28, so that puts him at $33 an hour.
And then do they use the overtime that they have?
They do. Well, if you look in the fiscal year 24 column, you can see that through January 20th, they used $14,391.
Because I know we talked about getting another person in there, but it didn't want to seem to do that.
He thinks that they could, what he told me is he would rather see these, there's an option here, he'd rather see the full-time dispatchers get the 28 plus their shift premium over a part-time person. They're,
And just so, it's, if we said something like a couple of steps, it really isn't, we can't do it. I mean, this board does with this budget what we are budgeting. We really can't say what the next board of supervisors is gonna do next year. It just doesn't work that way. they could just come in and say, fine, thank you, but no thanks, or whatever.
There's no reason to, I know Charles said he's going through the same stuff we are, the budget. There's no reason, there's no value in asking these other cities if they can kick in a small percentage. And how do you